Yes, we're on the record.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. 7:40 p.m. Thursday, February 24th, 2022. This meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education is being live streamed as well as recorded for storage and viewing on our district website. The public can participate in hearings of individuals and delegates by signing up for a live audio public speaks or submitting a statement through the BOE questions form, both of which are available on our website. Adequate written notice of the meeting of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education has been provided to both townships, village clerks, Star Ledger, the News Record, tapintosoma.net, and the Village Green. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Bonds, we note for the record that Board Member Wright is having some technical issues, but will be joining us shortly. And with that, can you please take the roll?
Board Member Susan Bergen.
Here.
Board President Thayer Joshua.
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Student Representative Vanessa Prevalon.
Here.
Thank you. Board Member Aaron Siders.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
And Board Member Johanna Wright. Not yet.
All right, thank you. I'd like to at this time make a motion to hold this meeting in a virtual fashion due to the governor's state of emergency. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, let me turn it over to Student Representative Vanessa Prevalon to do the board recognitions.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Prevalon. And I'm a junior at Columbia High School. And this is my first time to myself because I'm an organization, and I'm a part of the minority achievement community and social company. For student reasons, I wanted to advocate for students' mental health, especially students of color and students of the LGBTQ+ community. I felt as though students are struggling with the mental health this past year because it's been a lot because of COVID and with schoolwork and balancing it all out. And now onto student report. This week, Noah and I met with Dr. Taylor to discuss racial training, which may be provided by MAC for free if we can. We felt as though teachers could do more to teach more history and do it properly. Noah and I started to announce that Achieve Tutoring will be hiring more interns to tutor with the SAT and ACT because we have been fighting for this since August because we felt as though it would benefit students. This month, MAC took a gallery at Columbia High School to talk about Black history, and they had mini MAC come over. It's basically when they go to the elementary schools and just mentor them and help them like grow and just navigate through the district. We talked about Black figures, and yeah, and it has been normal because of COVID, but that's all for the student report for this month.
Thank you for that, Vanessa. Can you also go through the board recognitions?
I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble pulling it up right now.
Mr. Bonds, can you make me a presenter? I can pull it up for her to read, if that's in the interest of time. Let's see. Can you see that? Oops.
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. From Columbia High School, we like to acknowledge Minor. She is a junior at Columbia High School, and she is now the #3 women's high school fencer in New Jersey. Lindsay has won 3rd place in the grueling competition Sunday, February 13th at Morris Knowles High School, scoring off against a field of 38 others, 38 other like Olympic fencers, and we want to congratulate like Lindsay Minor and all the other people who played on Sunday. And the CHS Model UN Club attended their first overnight conference since 2020 and at the end of January 2022, and their success at the Ivy League Model UN Conference was, an effort from everyone, and they had a fantastic weekend there in Pennsylvania. This
Mr. Bonds, did we lose Senator Rep. Prevalon?
Yeah, WebEx is saying that there's bandwidth issues.
Okay. All right, I will, if she joins, I'll turn it back over to her. So let me, in the interest of time, move forward. Model UN Club Advisor Greg Tuttle was very proud of the CHS Model UN students for their growth and participation. The following students particularly excelled and won awards: Javier Casella and Alex Crosby, verbal commendations; Sabrina Mannion and Molly Mendoza, honorable mention; Max Kravitz and Owen Hope, honorable mention; Eileen Conway and Liver Graff, honorable mention; Noah Morris, honorable mention; Piper Davenport, honorable mention; Daria Gordon and Jesse Churns, best delegate; Jem Weiner, verbal commendation; Charlotte McCourt, best delegate. Mr. Tuttle shared the hyperbole, "It takes a village to raise a child," has many truths. Our collective work created the village that was necessary to give this opportunity and amazing experience for 40 of our CHS students, and he shared his thanks to the following: Mr. Zona and the Cougar Boosters for their continued financial support, to the club, Principal Sanchez, Mr. Mullen, and Mr. Preston for their continued administrative support, Ms. Holmes for assistance in completing the paperwork needed for the trip, Mrs. Ellis for continued support of the club and help with the club's finances, Nurse Shook and Nurse Krigler for their medical clearance for the students, and Ms. Pierce, Ms. Faison, and Ms. Solomon for their assistance and serving as chaperones and faculty advisors on this trip. Student Rep. Prevalon, are you back with us? My screen's small because I'm sharing, so if she's there, somebody let me know, and I'll move to the next one. Okay, I'll move on. Next, recognitions for Maplewood Middle School and South Orange Middle School's Model UN Clubs. On Saturday, December 11th, the SOMS and MMS Model UN Clubs participated virtually in an international Best Delegate Training Conference. The conference topics were climate change, indigenous rights, and access to clean water. Each delegate or club member has spent 3 weeks researching one of those topics as part of a committee. A total of 16 SOMS and MMS delegates participated in the conference, and 2 of them received awards. SOMS 8th grader Blake Gordon received an honorable mention for the Access to Clean Water Committee. Maya Curlin, also an 8th grader at SOMS, received the most outstanding delegate award for the Climate Change Conference. Congratulations to our winners and all of our delegates. Next recognition goes to 3 South Orange Middle School students, Madeline Benson, Estelle Olive, and Maximiliano Mendoza. 3 of our 8th grade students recently auditioned for the North Jersey School Music Association's Region 1 Orchestra. All 3 played very well. Max Mendoza was fortunate enough to make it into the orchestra. Congratulations to all 3 for a fine effort, and to Max for making it into the regional orchestra. He will participate in several rehearsals, as well as a concert on Sunday, March 6th. He is now eligible to audition for New Jersey All-State Orchestra. Special thanks to string teachers, Mr. Bill Cook and Ms. Claire Wilson, for their coaching efforts and continual support of students. Is Vanessa back?
No.
Okay. Next recognition for 3 ninth grade students of the Columbia High School Band: Jackson Pellegrino, a freshman tenor saxophonist, and Wayne Wheeler, a freshman mallet percussionist, were selected as members of the Intermediate Symphonic Winds. Both Jackson and William earned the highest scores for their instruments, placed them in first place above all other students who auditioned on those instruments. Max Coey, a freshman percussionist, was accepted as a member of the Intermediate Concert Band. They will join their best intermediate band students from all of North Jersey, in rehearsals that will culminate in a gala concert on Sunday, March 13th. These students represent the very best of the Columbia High School Band program, and we are happy to celebrate their accomplishment with the entire South Orange Maplewood School District community. Our next recognitions goes to CHS senior Seth Paris and junior Sophia Franklin. Seth Paris, a senior bassoonist and member of the CHS Honor Winds Ensemble, has been accepted as a member of the 2022 New Jersey All-State Symphonic Band. His acceptance comes after his successful participation in auditions that took place this past Saturday at J.P. Stevens High School in Edison, New Jersey. We also want to recognize the efforts of Sophia Franklin, a junior percussionist who also auditioned but did not earn a score high enough to be accepted. We are happy to celebrate this accomplishment with the entire SOMSD community. And special thanks to CHS Band Director, Mr. Peter Bauer. Our next recognition goes to the Office of Visual and Performing Arts. The Art Administrators of New Jersey members presented this year's 34th Annual High School Emerging Artists Art Exhibit in partnership with Kane University. Students from across New Jersey produced a wonderful collection of artwork showcasing their amazing talents. 2 students from Columbia High School were represented this year: Samuel Tabor Coyne and Quinn Rains. And Miss Candace Stewart was the art educator for Mr. Tabor Quinn, and Mr. John Fisher was the art educator for Quinn Rains. Now on to staff recognitions for this month. We congratulate Ms. Kate Farron, an ELL teacher at Clinton Elementary School, for having been selected to participate in the Fulbright Teachers for Global Classrooms program. Mrs. Farron was selected to participate in the program in 2019. After successfully completing the program, Mrs. Farron was going to travel to Morocco for a short-term exchange program to continue to develop skills to prepare students for a competitive global economy. This part of the program was canceled due to COVID, and Mrs. Farron is now ready to finalize the program and work with fellow teachers in Morocco. Our district congratulates Mrs. Farron on this great achievement. And that concludes our board recognitions for this month. I'd now like to make a motion to accept the minutes for January 5th, for the 5th, the 10th, the 24th, both executive and special meetings and general meetings. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. All in favor? All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Okay, sorry, 1 second here. Okay, let me do this now, and then we will. I'll make the next motion. Let me read the board president statement, and I'll move forward. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, The administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied the matter is ready to be presented to the board, it is referred to the appropriate board committee. Members of the board committee work with administration and superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter. And after the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with other board members for consideration. And only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. Due to the large number of public speaks this evening, I'd like to make a motion to move that up this evening and go to it now instead of after our presentations. Can I have a second?
Second. Second.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now at the time for hearings of individuals and delegates, also known as public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but not a time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and town of your residence for the record. As I mentioned, we have a large number here today. We're going to try to get to as many as possible during this first public speak. So we will set the time for 2 minutes for each speaker, and we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this form does not protect you from the subject of your free speech, pursuing libel or slander charges. And finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. Okay, as I mentioned, there are quite a few here. We're going to go to the audio public speaks first. And within that list, we are going to prioritize the students as we always do. Our first audio public speaks is from Claire Strasser. Is Claire Strasser on?
Claire is on, but the audio settings aren't set.
Okay. Is there a way to walk Claire through that now, or can we send an email, or how can we ensure that?
Claire, if you can hear us, there's 3 dots on the bottom right-hand section of your screen. If you click on those 3 dots, there's an option that says audio and video settings. When you click on that, that'll give you the ability to talk, choose what option you'd like, whether you'd like to use your computer or dial in. I would choose the option of using your computer. Sometimes it takes a second, so we may want to come back.
Okay, we'll come back. Our next audio public speaks is from Layla Gold. Is Layla Gold on?
Shut up. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right, my name is Lila Gold. I'm a senior at Columbia High School, and I'm about to leave the district forever after spending 13 years of my life here. I lead several clubs, including being the president of the CHS Student Council, and I would like to consider myself a dedicated member of our South Orange Maplewood community. It has become very obvious to me that there is an utter lack of respect for our teachers, from being made to attend trainings where trainers are paid thousands to play a recording of them teaching someone else, to having to work through breaks covering classes. Teachers are really overworked and underappreciated. From writing letters of rec and assisting with the college process to helping students with schoolwork and mental health, they are a major part of our lives, especially our educational and social developments. One teacher in specific I want to talk about is the Italian teacher, Miss Cirelli. I had her for 4 years when I was a freshman, having never studied Italian before. She inspired a deep interest in me in the language and the culture and made me excited to come to school every day. This fall, she even wrote one of my letters of rec for college. She has really been an instrumental part of my education, and now she's gone, leaving me and the rest of my advanced placement Italian class with no teachers for 2 months, with an AP test looming in May. And I don't blame Ms. Turley at all. In this district, she has been lied to and not afforded help about her salary since she was hired, and is now going to be making $20,000 more at her new school in Livingston. She did what she had to do, but because of the district's lack of respect for her, many students are now suffering. We deserve good teachers like Ms. Turelli, and we at least deserve better than this. Before my time is up, I also want to take some time to discuss a specific recent situation of midterms at CHS. They occurred during the first week of February after much deliberation over whether to have them and how the grades would be counted. But neither students nor teachers received adequate information about this, causing excess stress and last-minute preparations. On January 18th, less than 2 weeks before midterms, an email was sent to students with the survey from our Board of Education representatives, measuring the levels of stress of students and how they felt about midterms. As Noah discussed last month, the results of this test made it clear that students were especially stressed out and only wanted to take these tests if it helped their grades. On January 19th, only after an email was sent to the teachers about it, students finally found out that midterms were happening, leaving us with less than 2 weeks to prepare. While I do appreciate the lowering of the grade percentages to 5%, the lack of transparency surrounding midterms was utterly unfair to the students and the teachers. My question is, how can you send a message to students on one day, asking for their opinions and leaving midterms ambiguous, then crack down on teachers the next day, saying that midterms are required? All I ask is for respect for the teachers and therefore for us. Students deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila. All right, we'll now go back to Claire Strasser. And while we do that, Mr. Burnside, please note for the record that board member Wright has joined us, if you haven't already. Thank you. We see you on the screen, Claire. Are you busy? No? All right, Ms. Miles, we'll come back. Our next audio public speaks is from Abigail Sullivan.
Hello, I'm Abigail Sullivan. Hello, my name is Abby Sullivan, and I'm a senior at Columbia High School. I started at Columbia as a freshman, coming from Our Lady of Sorrows School, where I've been from kindergarten to 8th grade. I went from graduating with a class of 12 at my old school to having nearly 500 kids in my grade, so you can see how it was quite a culture shock and difficult to navigate sometimes. I worked hard to make friends and grow relationships with teachers, and it usually was good, but there were definitely times where I have and still do struggle. One of the main ways I've been able to get through hard times at Columbia was having Italian class with Miss Trelli. Every day I knew that no matter how bad of a grade I got or what situations I got into with different friend groups, I always knew that I would be able to go to D214 and spend 45 minutes with my favorite teacher learning something I love. Unfortunately, due to lack of pay, as well as other grievances against the school district, on January 14th, Ms. Trelli put in her letter of resignation. And on January 25th, I found out my teacher, who I loved and has helped me through so much, would no longer be simply down the hall. This brought so much sadness, and I have struggled to deal with it, especially because of the lack of help and resources I have been given as a student to help succeed in the class. We went from having a teacher who cared so much about us and actively working to make the class enjoyable and teach us through different activities, to sitting in front of a computer screen each class period and having to complete exercises in an online textbook with substitute teachers that don't know the language, which is very difficult considering I will be taking the advanced placement test for Italian in less than 3 months. While missing out on the learning experience is very frustrating and angers me greatly, the most difficult part of all of this is no longer having Miss Trelli to help us outside of the classroom. I remember very clearly before school closed down in March, I became ill and came to school one day. Clearly, I was not feeling well because I was very lethargic and not as engaged in all my classes as usual. But no teacher went out of their way to ask me if I was all right until I got to Miss Trelli at the end of the day. The second I walked in, she knew something was off and quickly came to see me if I was okay. She was the only teacher that day that asked me if I was all right and actively tried to help me. And she didn't have to, but rather chose to, because that's the type of person she is. She could always tell when I was having a bad day and was more than willing to stay after school and listen to me rant about all the struggles I was dealing with and offer helpful tips and advice, which I know now was time that she was not being paid for. For the last 4 years, she has been a constant in my life that I knew I could count on, and it is so frustrating and upsetting to know that such an amazing teacher, who you will never be able to replace, is now gone because of the lack of support she was given by this school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. Our next audio public speaks is from Edith Warrell.
Oh, can I unmute? Oh, okay.
Yes,
I
you
did.
can. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Hello, my name is Edith Warrell, and I'm currently a senior at Columbia High School, having previously grown up in the district. Now, during my 4 years at the school, I've seen many teachers come and go, but it wasn't until recently that I was able to catch an inside glimpse into the inner workings of what it's like to actually try and work at the school. Recently, a family friend was offered a position at the school to be a full-time elective teacher, and at first this friend was very excited at the prospect of working at Columbia. My father even had an eye out for the position until he realized the financial specifics and that he would be making less than he is now at his teaching job in a private school in the area. Now, despite 20 plus years of experience, and I'd like to specify this is in his field, not in teaching, the estimated starting salary that my family friend was given was an almost unbelievable $45,000 a year, perhaps $50,000 with negotiations, it's unsure. Unfortunately, due to not only the lack of starting pay, but the full-time salary they were estimated to have made in the future, this friend ultimately decided to work at a different job that now pays well over 2 times the amount that they would have made working at our school. At this new job, and one that, in my opinion, does not merely compare to the amount of work that they would have had to do as a teacher at the school, they now make well over what the current teacher who holds this position at Columbia makes in a year despite their 18 years of experience. This situation is both a real loss for this friend and the school. If we're not paying our teachers enough to afford to stay in the district, how are we supposed to attract new potential teachers as well? Personally, I've been in numerous classes during my time at Columbia where us students are left without a teacher. Possibly we have a long-term sub, and we do not receive a new teacher until weeks, many times months after our past teacher has left. Now, during these times, I found myself drowning in busy work while the school searches for a new educator, learning far less than I would have had my teacher stayed or a new replacement was readily available. Teachers are not only performing their working duties on the job, but at home over the summer and after hours where they are not being paid. Now, this is coming from the child of a teacher who currently teaches outside the district, so I've seen firsthand just how time-consuming this job is, but at least my father is being paid adequately for his passionate work. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for many of the amazing teachers in this district. The amount that teachers in this town are paid is well under what they are worth, and in minimizing their talents with these minuscule salaries, you are losing teachers, ones that have taught in the district for years and potential ones by the dozens. Tonight, whether I'm the first or the last to speak on this issue, I hope that you're absorbing every second of this and asking yourselves what you as representatives of this district are going to do to ensure that every teacher in these schools is being financially cared for and appreciated. Pay them what they deserve, you have the means, and we've given you the ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Edith.
Thank you.
Our next audio public speaks is from Faith Orsek.
Hello, my name is Faith Orsek. I'm currently a senior at Columbia High School, and I grew up in the school district, and I'm hoping to study political science. As a younger student, I could never find any passion or want towards learning about history, which may spark the question, how did someone who wants to study political science develop this keen interest? The answer is Miss Rivera. I was lucky to have her as my history teacher for 3 years, and she ended up writing my college recommendation letter. Not only is she a remarkable teacher that opened up this new passion for me, but she is an empathetic person. As a teacher who teaches an advanced placement course that spreads over 2 years, it causes her to have an abundance of students and leads her to an enormous amount of recommendation letters that she does not have to write. She wrote over 100 recommendation letters this school year alone. Without any compensation, this was out of the kindness in her heart. She is not the only one that has to write so many. Teachers write these letters because they believe in us and that we can succeed. To reach out to her students, she has hosted monthly check-ins for us to express their thoughts. Personally, for me, these check-ins are a space to voice my opinions and ramble on about my life. She examines every single one of these papers, and it makes my day knowing someone wants to listen. She and many other teachers have put the time and effort to stand up for students by listening to our intelligent voices and concerns about the district, such as speaking at Board of Education meetings. We need to acknowledge their work she and so many other teachers have put in for the sake of their students. Now it is our turn, the students, to stand up for them. Not only do the students deserve more teachers like Ms. Rivera, but teachers need to be recognized. I'm also one of the leaders of an international organization called Key Club, it is quite difficult to find the time for students to meet with our advisor. We are currently located in the library because there is no room for us to congregate in. Being an international organization, other clubs in New Jersey rely on us. We couldn't start hosting regular meetings until 2 months ago. This club is supposed to help the community and communities around, and we want to be able to achieve our goals. We would have been able to meet earlier if teachers were being paid for being advisors. This is not a want, but a necessity that teachers need to be compensated more for their hard work. I plead you to listen to my peers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next student public audio public speaks is from Ellie Fiotasa.
Go ahead, Ellie.
Hi, my name is Ellie Fiotasa from South Orange.
Where do you go to school?
I go to school at South Mountain, and I really don't like masks because they make it hard to breathe, and sometimes they make your skin really itchy. And in my auditorium, we have to sit 1 seat apart, even though in our classroom we sit close together and on the rug. And we have dividers which don't even do anything, and we have to do masks and dividers.
Thank
And
you so. Oops.
in
Go ahead, Ellie.
in my PE class, our teacher doesn't let us do things that will make us heavy breathe, so sometimes it's really boring because he doesn't want us to do things that make us breathe really heavy.
Thank you so much. Is your sister Hannah there?
So my name is Hanny Fiotasa. And I go to South Mountain in South Orange, and I'm in 2nd grade. And I really don't like masks, and why I think that we should take them down, take the masks down, is that when we have indoor recess, sometimes like we have to sit 1 seat apart in the auditorium, and we're like allowed to bring a toy, but it's still like really boring. And we sit there the whole recess, 1 seat apart. And when before COVID, when I was in Marshall in kindergarten, what we did for indoor recess was we played in our classrooms. So we played in our classroom, and then when recess was over, we would just all walk to the cafeteria. So maybe if we didn't have masks, then we could maybe do what I did in Marshall.
Thank you so much, Annie. Our next public speaks is from Charlotte Harteveld.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Harteveld, and I've attended Columbia High School for 4 years. Across my 4 years, I've been privileged enough to experience both equally good and bad experiences, and I'm very grateful for the education that both the school and this board have been able to give to me. As my senior year comes to a close and nostalgia takes its emotional toll, I think it's important to share some of the experiences I've had as a student in my time at Columbia. When entering Columbia in my freshman year, my IEP was bumped down to a 504. Although I feel I occasionally need the support I lost, I understand that there are students who may need that more than I. Even though my 504 should support me adequately, I feel that it has failed to do so on multiple occasions. As an ambitious student with a fully packed schedule, I already find it challenging to find time to see my teachers. As a member of the special dance company and other school-based activities that help to emphasize cultivating Columbia as a creative environment, time is often in short supply. A specific section of my 504 calls for extra support from teachers, but over the years, and especially recently, this has not been supplied. For this, I do not blame my teachers. I blame the negligence of this board. Teachers should be paid overtime for staying after school beyond the designated conference time of ninth period. The people who put their blood, sweat, and tears into inspiring and forming the leaders of tomorrow should not be punished for going above and beyond. They should be adequately rewarded. Like many other seniors, I am taking a heavy course load this year and am in need of extra support from my teachers. Outside of the pressures of parents, colleges requesting mid-year grades, and personal expectations for oneself, a request for extra help and guidance doesn't seem so outlandish. In order to seek proper help, I'm often forced to give up my lunch and take away from teachers' prep time or even other students in different classes. Education should not be a competition. It should be a right that's available to all, but that's a much longer conversation. In order to receive the help that I am entitled to, my mother and I have spent strenuous hours going above and beyond to cultivate relationships through the school, for which I will forever be grateful. Moreover, as I'm sure many people will speak about tonight, I've spent my 4 years of high school investing in the recent Italian program. As I'd like to echo other students saying, the loss of Prof. Chirelli has been impossible to get through. Outside of her being easily one of the best teachers I've had the privilege of being taught by, all of us have lost a role model and a friend. Ms. Chirelli watched myself and many of my peers bloom across the 4 years of high school and saw us through trying times. In our AP Italian class, we've been forced to endure a rocky transfer of teachers, and we're currently relying on an online textbook. As many students have learned over the last year, online-based learning and assessment are not optimal learning styles. If I'm being honest, I'm not really sure how my AP test will go. I took the class not because I wanted extra college credits or a leg up on college in the future, but because I wanted to continue an education in Italian that I knew would impact me and be a lifelong benefit. Now my family is down the money for the AP test and the education that I was expecting to get. Overall, I'm severely disappointed by this board and devastated that this injustice directed at our teachers has gone on for so long. This board's delay in negotiating what has clearly and plainly been earned by our teachers has severely impacted my learning environment and experience. I implore you to listen to the demands and pleas of my peers and the teachers. Please respect the teachers and respect the students that you're meant to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Our next public speaks is from Jaden Park.
Can you hear me?
You speak a little louder, please.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jaden Park, and I'm a current senior at Columbia, as well as a co-leader of the CHS Asian American Student Alliance. In a school with less than 100 Asian students, our club provides a community to almost half of the entire Asian population of CHS. We were excited to start this school year with 2 new incredibly supportive advisors, but faced issues when it came to having a place to meet. Because our advisors were, and still are, refused fair compensation, we struggled to find a place where we could hold meetings. For weeks, we bounced around the school, asking teachers for favors and even having meetings outside when we were kicked out of rooms. We make an effort to foster a safe space for Asian American students to talk about their experiences and struggles, especially in a time when the AAPI community at large is targeted and high schoolers are settling into their identities. It is so important to celebrate one another's backgrounds and have dedicated time to connect to peers on a cultural level. However, this is only possible if our club has consistent support, which includes fair compensation for our advisors. Without a doubt, our club could not function as it does without the kindness of teachers. As a student, I hope that you are listening when I say that by mistreating teachers, this district is willingly causing harm to students. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaden. Our next public speaks is from Jack Paschal.
My name is Jack Paschal, and I'm a 6th grade student at MMS. Teachers are always complaining about us kids being addicted to our Chromebooks and/or other screens. Meanwhile, the school district is making us addicted. The barriers in the lunchroom stop us from socializing with our friends or other individuals, therefore making our only option is to go on our Chromebooks. The CDC removed plastic barriers from their guidelines of COVID-19 over 1 year ago. I think that if the plastic barriers were to be removed, The middle schoolers would be much more social at lunch, reducing the amount of kids being addicted on our Chromebooks. Thank you for listening to me. Yeah, bye.
Thank you, Jack. Our next public speaks is from Ella Cervey.
Let me speak! Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Ella Servey, and I'm a current senior at Columbia High School. I've attended school in this district since I was 4 years old, and over the years, the one thing that has consistently stuck out to me is the support and dedication that our teachers offer us. I've been very fortunate throughout my high school career to have teachers who will stay after school for hours to answer questions and test prep for AP classes. Last year, my AP Calculus teacher would open up a Google Meet after school and make up problems to solve alongside us every single day. And no matter how many students were on that call, he would always be there until every confusion was cleared up. In preparation for our AP test, he dedicated an entire Saturday to a practice exam and then bought us all pizza, and I can truly say that his efforts paid off as everyone I know passed the test. To think that students in AP Calculus or any other class this year are not being offered the same opportunities to succeed is disheartening, especially considering that all teachers at Columbia deserve to be duly compensated for the massive amount of extra time they put in to help students grow. On another note, I recently went through the college application process, and when writing my college essays, I turned to Miss Martling, who has been my English teacher for 2 years. Thanks to her support and the support of other teachers who were thankfully able to write my college recommendations, I was accepted into Princeton University. However, after Miss Martling was unable to continue helping me due to a lack of overtime compensation, I became nervous about the upcoming deadlines. Thankfully, my family was able to work with me from that point on, as well as able to afford to hire an outside company to assist me. I was fortunate enough to be able to find help outside of the school district, but what about those who do not have that ability? Many students rely on teachers to work with them on their college applications and to write their recommendations, but in the fall, those students were overlooked. What about the seniors whose parents do not have the time to double and triple check their essays, or those who do not have the means to hire outside help? This school district prides itself on the steps it has taken towards a more equitable community, and yet no one is investing in the people who have the capabilities to truly prioritize each student individually and to allow them to succeed here in high school, as well as provide them with the skills necessary to succeed in their life beyond. This board is directly harming the futures of current high school students by not providing them with equal access to resources that could greatly improve their chances at being accepted to their dream colleges. Finally, these teachers love and respect their students and in return deserve your respect as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ella. We'll continue on here. The next audio public speaks is from David Belutansky, and I apologize for mispronunciation. Please correct me.
Hi, all.
Hi, David. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm the father of a kindergartner at Marshall Elementary, and I've just been frustrated with a lot of the inconsistencies that I see in the masking policies with what's happening in the real world. I drove past a Super Bowl party at a brew pub not far from Soma, and there was about 400 people in there. No one wearing a mask, eating, drinking, men, women, children, old and young, running around. But then the next morning, Monday morning, it's imperative that my 5-year-old eats behind a plexiglass wall to slow the spread of this virus. That is just absolutely ridiculous. And if you watch the Super Bowl, no one in the stands out of the 75,000 people there were wearing a mask either. And one more point, and then I'll hang up. I don't know why you don't survey the parents. Survey the entire district and ask how we feel about the mandate. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, David. Our next public speaks is from Sergio Lopez.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hi, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, how are you? My name is Sergio Lopez. I am the president of the South Orange and Maplewood Education Association, also known as SOMEA, also a resident of Maplewood. And I'm here today because during the last month, we have the difficult news that the district is trying to outsource our bus drivers. As you can only imagine, being in negotiations and hearing that we will lose one of our group of people in our association, because people likes to say that we are teachers and the teachers union. This is not only a teachers union, this is an all-inclusive union. And many of the workers are part of SOMEA. Our bus drivers are the most vulnerable workers of the district. They actually, at the beginning of the year, the district spent extra money to hire bus drivers. They recently bought 12 buses that I don't know why they're gonna buy buses if we're going to outsource. And pretty much the whole problem is money, the same as with the contract. And I'm going to say, you do have the money. I have looked at your budget and you have under budget your income consistently as a trend for the last at least 10 years. But you don't out budget your expenses. You only do it with your income. So that means that you have more than $2 million every year that you use for whatever you please. And this is the reason why we will lose now bus drivers. And again, our most vulnerable people, that is the kids, they will be with people that we don't even know. And they will be on the hands of other people just because you don't want to put the money in the right places. You already have a salary gap because of this. Now you want to lose the bus drivers. You know what happened with security at Columbia High School. More than 5 minutes, a person didn't get help and nobody showed up with the pepper spray. Enough already. Let's just negotiate, move forward, pay even the paraprofessionals, local 68 as well, and let us teach and do our jobs. Let us please help the kids and not have to worry for other things. And let's have all our children safe. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Jarman Russell.
Can you please repeat that first name?
Jarman, Jarman.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jarman Russell. My wife, 2 daughters, and I live here in Maplewood and have for the last 6 years. We have an 8-year-old at Clinton and a 5-year-old who will start there next year. I was bitterly disappointed to read the district's decision to retain a mask mandate in our schools. I was disappointed but not surprised, having lived through the shameful and disgraceful months of remote learning in this district this past fall. It came as no surprise that we would again choose to burden our kids in response to the unfulfilled or unfounded anxieties of adults. In this same communication, the district took the opportunity to pat itself on the back for taking a month to remove measures that any thinking person would acknowledge are completely unnecessary and, in the case of plastic barriers, shown to be counterproductive. My daughter specifically asked me to tell the board that the present state of the cafeteria at Clinton is sad and that she wishes she could speak to her friends. This ridiculous ongoing COVID theater would be laughable if it weren't so sad and harmful. It's an insult to everyone's intelligence, including the children's. In the communication, the district says, quote, "We believe instituting an indoor mask option for our district at this time without ensuring a comprehensive process for monitoring how this decision may impact the larger community is premature and irresponsible. This is an example of complete word salad that says nothing and provides no guidance or information about the proposed approach. The district should issue a follow-up communication clarifying what they mean by this statement, why this process was not already developed, and when it will be ready. Further delay based on process-driven doublespeak is unacceptable and only underscores the ineffectiveness of this administration. I implore you to take the responsible steps that other districts have safely taken already. The wrong-headedness of the district's approach is self-evident. Look around us. Dozens of our neighboring districts in New Jersey, not to mention huge swaths of the rest of the country, have lifted mask mandates. Are they all populated by crazed maniacs bent on cavalierly risking their children's lives? No, they are engaging with reality, making responsible decisions to allow the children in their districts to return to normal life, just as most adults have. What these other districts are not doing is making decisions based on feelings and imagined risk. It is completely unfair and misguided to keep children, the group least at risk from COVID, subject to rules that have been lifted for all other groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Ritesh Krishnappa. And again, I apologize, please correct me.
Hello, my name is Ritesh Krishnappa. I thank you for the opportunity to provide my input as a parent of 2 young children enrolled in the school district. As background and foundation for my comments, I want to inform the board that I am a physician and board certified psychiatrist. I want to start by discussing specifically the potential negative impacts of masking on my son, who has an IEP, part of which includes speech therapy services. The American Speech Language Hearing Association notes that there have not been any studies that assess long-term impact on speech and language development. The CDC acknowledges that further research is needed. It makes sense that this remains inconclusive at this time, since any sequelae may not be evident till later years, and is only at that time can studies be conducted to assess the actual impact, if any. Given the above, at this time, the data is inconclusive, and therefore no one can state that masks do not impact a child's development in this area or other areas. On the other hand, we do have a large body of evidence that demonstrates that the overwhelming majority of children have asymptomatic or mild infections. The risk of serious illness is low, and that includes unvaccinated children. We also know that schools have not been demonstrated to be sources of community outbreaks. These are the facts. The question of whether masks should be mandated then depends on assessing what are the risks and benefits. Specifically, what is the greater risk to our children? The greater risk at this time is that we cannot rule out the long-term consequences of them developing speech and language development issues and the subsequent downstream effect on their academic and developmental achievements. In terms of the impact on the mental health of our children and our community members, I want to acknowledge that anxiety is a natural and normal human emotion that protects us from the dangers in our environment. However, anxiety becomes pathological when it begins to impair the psychosocial functioning of individuals. One aspect of preventing anxiety and fear from getting out of control is by reality testing and challenging unfounded fears. In this case, it is by making decisions based on facts and data. We should not make decisions based on our emotional fears, since this only reinforces avoidance behaviors, which perpetuates and worsens the cycle of fear and leads to poor decision making. Is this what we want to model for our children?
Thank you. Time is up.
Should repeat the mantra only when it suits one's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Time is up. Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Michael Ann Rose.
Hi there. Sorry, I didn't think I would actually get called on. There's so many people tonight.
Good evening.
Thank
You have
you.
2 minutes. No problem.
Thanks. So, I'll give this the caveat that I do not have children in the school district yet. I have a 4-year-old and a soon-to-be 2-year-old at a daycare and a preschool that follow the COVID guidelines of school district as their guiding post. And I'm not very familiar with school boards. So before this meeting, I Googled, what does a school board do? And I read on the New Jersey Association of School Boards that the school board has a dual role to represent the concerns of the citizens, taxpayers, and parents to the school administrators, and to represent the needs of the students and the school district to the citizens, taxpayers, and parents of the community. The school board does not operate the district on a day-to-day basis. That is the job of the superintendent, who is the district's chief executive. Rather, the school board sets policies, goals, and objectives, and it holds the superintendent responsible for implementing the policies and achieving the goals. So my question to this board with the COVID policies is what is your goal? Is the goal still to slow the spread and transmission of COVID? And if so, what are the metrics that are guiding your policies and the goalposts? The taxpayers and parents deserve to understand your goals. I do not have a child in the school district. I am a mother to a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, soon to be 2-year-old. My younger daughter was born at the onset of the pandemic in May 2020. In 3 months' time, more than 2 years into the pandemic, she will be expected to wear a mask. We are one of the only countries in the world requiring a 2-year-old to wear a mask. My daughter's daycare and preschool will follow your lead as the Board of Education. I am here because I am concerned for my 2-year-old who spends all day since she was 6 months old not being able to see smiles. I am here because my 4-year-old is learning to read and write 2 years without seeing her teachers' mouths move. I am here because I am a brand new resident of South Orange, Maplewood, South Orange specifically, and I'm greatly concerned about the quality of this school district and the ability of this board to make
Thank you. Your time is
transparent,
up.
science-backed decisions. My grandmother
Thank
died
you.
of
Your time is
COVID.
up.
My colleague died of COVID. This is no
Thank you.
longer.
Your time is up. Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Cameron Park.
Remember, you heard Samea Vice President Shira Lincoln discuss the district's tutoring initiative. Now almost 2 years of online instruction in the district's drive for the return to in-person instruction. We were alarmed when the ELA supervisor informed a teacher that her current position as the academic intervention ELA teacher at one of the middle schools was becoming redundant. She was advised that direct in-person instruction was no longer necessary. Instead, her current teaching assignment would be outsourced to an online tutoring company to meet the current needs of students after school instead of providing support during the school day. Wasn't it the district's mission to reduce the amount of screen time for students? Wasn't the district's mission to return to normalcy whereby students receive live in-person instruction from teachers? Is the district looking to substitute the needed support of in-person instruction for students who are already struggling in reading with virtual instruction? It is clear that virtual instruction is inferior to in-person instruction. Why would the district take away academic reading support for students reading below grade level in middle school? This seems unfair and unjust for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Shira Lincoln.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. You have 2 minutes.
Excellent, thank you. Imagine being 6 years old. You're released from the bus to realize that your guardian is not there to pick you up. You turn around to seek help from the bus driver and aid to only find that they have driven off. 6 years old, standing alone with no choice but to walk home alone. My name is Shira Lincoln and I'm Samea's vice president. We were recently made aware that the board is considering fully outsourcing its transportation services. The incident I just shared happened on more than one occasion at the hands of employees hired by an outsourced company, not Samea members. I am here tonight to speak in support of our transportation members who are a vital part of our district. They are the people we trust to keep our children safe while traveling to and from school. In the past, the board has chosen to outsource other positions. These decisions have created negative consequences that have put our children in harm's way. We have brought concerns to the superintendent for years that have been related to the use of these outsourced companies. Children have been released to adults that are not their guardians. Reports made of bus aides showing videos that were scary in nature to a child. An outsourced bus driver sideswiped a teacher's car and left the scene of the crime. As recently as this morning, a second grader found an empty beer bottle on a bus. Let me be clear, these were not Samea members or aides. These incidents occurred with employees from outsourced companies. Why are you exploring more outsourcing and putting the children's safety at risk? Our Samea transportation staff take pride in what they do. They care about the children in our district and care about their safety. When the board wanted to outsource to provide busing for the preschool, it was our drivers who saved the district money by helping to develop and implement more efficient routes. Yet they were not compensated for extra work they provided. Now you're rewarding their dedication by terminating them. When you choose to outsource, you choose to hire people being paid less, and you get what you're paid for. So far, the district has been lucky, or should I say that the children have been lucky? These stories all ended up okay with an ending that was not newsworthy. However, one must wonder, what else will happen if you decide to outsource? Are you willing
Time's
to
up.
continue to play with our children's lives and safety?
Thank you, Ms. Lincoln. Your time is up.
Your choice.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Ben Kaplan.
Hello, Dr. Taylor and BOE members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ben Kaplan, and I'm a Maplewood resident with a sixth grader at MMS and a second grader at Seth Boyden. I'd like to use my brief time today to cover some statistics about masking young children to make sure you are all aware of the science and the facts. The World Health Organization does not recommend masks for kids under 5, and the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control doesn't recommend them for children under 12. One reason why comes from a recent New York Magazine article entitled "The Science of Masking Kids at School Remains Uncertain." Quote, many of America's peer nations around the world, including the UK, Ireland, all of Scandinavia, France, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Italy, have exempted kids from wearing masks in classrooms. There is no evidence of more outbreaks in schools in those countries relative to schools in the US, where the solid majority of kids wore masks for an entire academic year. Now let's consider the costs of masking for young children. Niraj Sood, PhD, a professor and vice dean for research at USC, writes, masking is a psychological stressor for children and disrupts learning. Positive emotions such as laughing and smiling become less recognizable, and negative emotions get amplified. Overall, it is likely that masking exacerbates the chances that a child will experience anxiety and depression, which are already at pandemic levels themselves. Dr. Taylor and BOE members, please end the mask mandate and allow parents, not all of you, to make this critically important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Gina Fiotasa.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks. This district has failed our community during this pandemic. We've made mistake after mistake in taking the most extreme protocols to prevent the spread of COVID, only to find out later that these protocols did little to prevent the spread of much harm in other various, and to prevent the spread, but made much harm in other various critical areas, such as learning loss and mental health. We instituted asynchronous learning and shut down schools for a year. And now even the district has acknowledged that there has been no spread in school. We now are at another crossroads. We have an opportunity to move past the draconian measures in place, harming our children every single day. You heard from some of these children today. You heard from my children today. And trust me, there are many, many more who feel this way. You're not going to see it on their face. You can barely see their face, but they are not okay, and we are not okay. You have told us that you can't get rid of the mask mandate because you don't know how to enforce other aspects of the policy without the mask mandate in place. However, more than 200 other districts in our state have figured it out. You have an entire community right here on this call, all over South Orange and Maplewood, of extremely successful people who are available to you and can help you figure this out. We need you to figure this out, and we need you to figure it out now. Not tomorrow, not the next day, not the next week. It needs to be a priority, and it needs to be done. The way that you have handled this pandemic has been a disgrace, and it's shameful. And we expect action now.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Kate Walker.
Good evening. My name is Kate Walker from South Orange, and I have 2 children at Marshall School. For the last 2 years, the term abundance of caution has been used to qualify nearly every measure that we've taken to protect ourselves from COVID. But as the months have gone on, the caution has lessened. We're learning how to live with COVID instead of acting solely to avoid it, except for the children in our district. These children are still being made to spend the majority of their days shouldering the burden of avoiding COVID. That burden has fallen away for adults. It's evident in our local restaurants, theaters, and sporting events that we've moved on from our abundantly cautious lifestyle. Now we're vaccinated, the variants are less dangerous, and perhaps the greatest silver lining of all, that children are less likely to be infected, hospitalized, or suffer severe illness from this virus. And yet our children can't mingle with other classes at recess. At lunch, where social and emotional connections are made, they sit alone on a bench looking through streaky plexiglass, unable to hear or engage with other children during a part of their day that is so crucial to their health. They don't get to see their teachers smile or see their lips move as they learn to read, which my son is doing right now. He's having some trouble with certain phonics, his wonderful teacher explained to me. I'm 40 years old and I have trouble with certain phonics when having conversations behind masks. I can't imagine learning how to read and how letters should sound with those barriers. It's time to take the burden off our children. It's time to let them heal from 2 years of emotional, mental, social, and academic trauma. My 2nd grader hasn't had a normal school year since he was 4 years old. He is 8. It's time to let them play and sing and eat lunch and learn to read and smile with their friends and not behind masks and dividers and separate at recess. It's time to shift that abundance of caution away from avoiding COVID and towards protecting our children's mental well-being and education. We need to act with the utmost caution because we have asked entirely too much of them for too long of their short lives. Let's rethink our policies and place that abundance of caution on preventing any more harm to these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Kelly Piccola.
Can you repeat the last name?
Piccola, P-I-C-C-O-L-A.
May take a risk with this. I don't know if this is right, Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Piccola. I'm a parent of a 2nd grader at South Mountain School and an incoming kindergartner. I'm perplexed about the rationale behind the district's COVID-related policies. On February 22nd, the district agreed to remove the plexiglass barriers from the classrooms, yet left them in lunchrooms, citing that children would be maskless while eating lunch and unable to sit 3 feet apart. First, there's ample statistical data and scientific research that shows that plexiglass dividers are ineffective against the spread of COVID. Second, the plexiglass dividers are not being used consistently across the district. At South Mountain, large classes are split up for lunch. Half use the cafeteria for lunch, and the other half eat on the stage or the floor of the auditorium. The students in the auditorium are not socially distanced, nor are there plexiglass dividers. Are these students any less safe? I would argue no. As a parent of a student in one of these classes, I would have been made aware if my child had any transmission that occurred during lunch. My child had lunch in the auditorium for the entire month of January during the height of Omicron, and I received 0 close contact letters. Third, the New Jersey Department of Health released updated recommendations for school on February 22nd, 2022. The words plexiglass and dividers are not in the document at all. During mealtimes, the DOH recommends frequent cleaning, maintaining cohorts, staggering eating times, and maximizing physical distance. On February 15th, the district posted photos on its Facebook page of teachers at CHS enjoying pizza. The photos show teachers smiling and socializing while enjoying a meal together. Absent from many of these photos, plexiglass dividers. I am asking that our children be afforded the same rights here as teachers, the ability to enjoy a meal without the intrusion of ineffective plexiglass dividers. The district also decided to keep the indoor mask mandate in schools, stating that it would reassess the situation after spring break. Why is there an arbitrary date assigned to this? On February 22nd, the announcement read, "We will only move toward a mask optional phase if and when we feel there will be a safe learning environment for our staff and students." What specific metrics need to be met to satisfy this feeling of safety? The teachers and staff are over 90% vaccinated. 75% of students 5 to 11 have received their first vaccine, and 90% of students ages 12 to 18
Thank you.
have
Time is
received
up.
their first shots. Please update these mitigation matters now. There's half of the school
Thank
year
you.
left.
Time is up. Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Kristen Barber.
Hi there.
Hi, good evening.
Hi. I'm here again to speak about the safety at Columbia High School. We've had another incident, as I'm sure everyone is aware of, and it does not seem like anything has been done to increase safety there. I've been asking for a very, very long time to monitor students coming in and out of the doors. That has still not been done yet. Students just walk freely through the doors. Sometimes security is not even looking to see who's coming in or coming out, especially in the mornings. And I just don't understand why something that sounds so simple cannot be put into action to keep us safer. Right now, I don't think anybody would know if somebody walked in the building that should not be there, especially in the mornings and especially during lunches. So I'm looking for something to be put in place fairly soon to fix this. The second thing is I teach semester-based classes at the high school mostly. I have one full year class. Something happened in Power School where teachers were not afforded the opportunity to see students' final grades before they were captured. I know it has to do something with a new grade calculation formula for final grades, but as a semester teacher, I had no idea what my students were getting in my class as a final grade. I had students coming to me asking if, what their grade was, could they do something to boost their grade? I had no idea what to tell them because for some reason the F1 column in Power School was taken away from us, and we are not able to see what grade a student currently has in our class. The teachers that are teaching full year classes have no idea what grade a student has in their class at this moment in time. They are not able to see the combined average of quarter 1, quarter 2, and the midterm grade. All they can see is an isolated quarter 1 grade, an isolated quarter 2 grade, and an isolated midterm grade. So we're kind of in the dark about how to inform students, and a lot of time a student will come to us and say, my grade is a 78. What can I do to boost
Thank you.
that?
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is Joseph Lombardo.
Can you please repeat that name again?
Joseph Lombardo.
Good evening. Sorry for that delay. I would have
No
liked to
problem.
have been
You have
with
2 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Joe Lombardo, and again, thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I've been a teacher at Columbia for over 20 years, 22 to be exact. And in 22 years, I've worked with 6 department supervisors, 8 different principals, 6 different superintendents, and numerous differing boards and board presidents. The truth is that we teachers are the only constant. Everyone else passes through, but we are the ones who stay. We show up every day and we work we teach, we nurture, we guide the young people of this community. It's also true that working at Columbia has gone from a source of pride to a source of something else entirely. The constant turnover of well-meaning but handcuffed administrators and the increasingly oppositional attitude to which teachers have been subjected have made morale worse than it has ever been. Personally, I'm reconsidering how long I want to remain in this district. But it was suggested to me that you may not mind if those of us at the top of the salary guide leave. If that's true, it's because you do not understand how a healthy faculty functions. Building and maintaining such a faculty has to be a higher priority. The truth is that being undervalued, underappreciated, and yes, underpaid have caused many of my colleagues to walk away. With plummeting morale and the lack of competitive salary, why would any good teacher stay here? Why would any come in the first place? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaks is from Maggie Servell.
I'm not seeing that person.
Okay, we will now then transition to written
Can
public
you repeat the
speaks.
name? You said Maggie, and it starts with an S, correct?
Surovell, S-U-R-O-V-E-L-L.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Okay. We have just a few minutes, so in this first one, so we'll transition over to our written comments. I think we have time for about 3, depending on length. So our first written public speaks is from Dmitry Malinsky of South Orange. End all mask mandates and plexiglass now. I will be a single issue voter in this next BOE election, and this is the issue. Again, that was from Dmitry Malinsky of South Orange. Board Member Bergen?
Sure. The next public speaks is from Aaron Grill of Maplewood. Please remove the dividers in the cafeteria, allow kids to use the playgrounds, and make masks optional. Schools all over the country are making this choice, and many have been maskless all year. And the effects have been positive for social, emotional well-being of our children. That was from Aaron Grill.
The next public speaks is from Durga Marshall from South Orange. With this letter, I would like to express my support for requests to update COVID-19 related rules in South Orange Maplewood school districts. Reasons for such update are numerous, but to me personally, the most important reason is that such rules are damaging to the children. Plexiglass partitions have proved to do more damage than good, and for this reason, practically no schools in the area use them in the classrooms or even lunchrooms. I personally was not able to find any schools in the area that have used them in the classroom since last spring. Our schools should not be using them. Having restrictions for recess, such as 1 class at a time, using masks while outside, not letting play on school playgrounds, etc., need to be removed. Indoor recess should not involve kids sitting in the auditorium with masks on with no contact allowed and not allowed to play with each other. The expert recommendations have been unwavering towards having the least restrictions for the kids in the classrooms and outside. The philosophy of kids last should be reassessed and no longer practiced. Let's keep it in mind that COVID-19 related school restrictions were never to protect the kids. They were put in place to protect community outside the school, the geriatric and other at-risk population. At this time, such sacrifice of our children is no longer needed and changes must be made as soon as possible. To me as a parent, there is nothing more important than my children. Until recently, I strongly believed that the next institution that had children's best interests at hand was the school. This belief was kicked in the gut in the last 2 years. So I ask that the Board of Education, the superintendent, and all school district and school administration to please put the children's best interests first and not subscribe to the philosophy of kids last. Very truly yours, Durga Marshall from South Orange.
Thank you. And we're now at the end of the hour, so that concludes our first public speaks. All written comments will be deferred to our second public speaks. At this point, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Taylor for the superintendent's update.
Thank you to our board president and to our board members, and thank you to those of you from the public who taking time out of your evening to join us. Because of the number of public speaks that were given this evening, my comments will be brief to the subject matter of the groups of public speaks that we heard this evening. First, to our students who shared the first dozen or so public speaks, they were speaking about their affinity for their teachers and their wants for the teachers to have what they see as a fair wage for their professionalism and service. And I'm sure that you know that I cannot speak about negotiations or about personnel, but I just want to compliment the students who took place, who participated this evening, and their poise and their bravery in bringing their advocacy. I'm sure that the board members also pay close attention to what you said. You should feel as though you were heard. To those members of the public who shared their views around mitigation and the removal of mitigation, you are also acknowledged. And I also want you to know that your public officials, the mayor and the village president, along with our departments of health and myself and Nurse Porter, did meet with a representative number of parents who shared a similar view. And we had a thoughtful conversation where they were able to share with us their advocacy as well as follow-up questions. And we will work together to answer those questions. And I think that the point that I would want you to leave with this evening is that you are heard, but also that no one on this board, no one on this screen, and no one who we consult with to make these important decisions is here to harm students. We're here to keep students and families in our community safe, and we're here to make thoughtful decisions in doing so. I know that some folks shared what other districts are doing. That 200 districts have removed masking in New Jersey. There are over 600 school districts in our state. And to me, that reflects that this is a very complicated decision and is driven by many, many factors. And please know that we are continuing to monitor. We're continuing to work together, our departments of health, our school nurses, and myself and our assistant soup of special services, Ms. Badine. We discuss these pieces all the time. We're actually going to a webinar tomorrow from the state on this very topic and the latest guidance. I'll close out those comments with an introduction here around some important topics to give our community updates on. So we'll shift from the discussion on masking and mitigations to this opening statement. Hello, SOMSD community. Thank you for giving your time to join us this evening for our Board of Education meeting. I have a few updates for you before we move to our presentations. The first update is on Underhill. We are very happy to share that Underhill Field will reopen to the public this Saturday, February 26th. The security upgrades are complete, and we have also updated the protocols for community use. These protocols are as follows. The general public can use Underhill, but only when SOMSD students are not present and participating in school-based activities, such as PE classes, practices, or games. The general public can use Underhill, but please note that there are groups who procure exclusive facility usage agreements, and that may impact when the public can use it, when that group is in place. The general public can use Underhill from dawn till dusk. We also know that when some outside groups contract with us through facilities usage agreements, they can extend past dusk, but must be completed by 9 p.m. Last but not least, just to make sure that everyone is aware, we're really excited about the construction work that is planned for Underhill this summer. So please note that Underhill will be closed beginning at the conclusion of the spring Columbia High School season for athletics on or about May 15th for much needed summer construction. This includes replacing our seating and bleachers, our press box, and turf. We expect this work to be completed in time for our fall sports season. Next topic, Black History Month. As we move towards the end of Black History Month, I'd like to recognize our teachers, school leaders, etc., for their important work in ensuring that our students not only learn of the contribution of notable African Americans throughout history during the month of February, but that our students receive an education where our core beliefs of access, equity, and inclusion are woven throughout our curriculum, teaching, and learning. Where a month to highlight a single culture is just that, a highlight of emphasis that serves as a companion to what should be a rich education where all of our students see themselves represented in their literature and history consistently, where they learn and build authentic empathy and appreciation for other races, ethnicities, and cultures. This is and should be our intention, not happenstance. We also fully acknowledge that we are, of course, far from perfect or done with this work, as it was thoughtfully noted by our student reps during our monthly meeting and also during their update tonight. That's why we have to continue to invest heavily in this important topic of access and equity, including professional development in the areas of restorative practices and restorative justice, anti-race, and for anti-racist and anti-bias education, and programs like Equal Opportunity Schools, Cougar Academy, to name a few. Our curriculum and instructional leadership will be shortly presenting a brief presentation around student achievement. But before they do so, I'd like to also note the work of that department in ensuring that our district is not only compliant with the very important Amistad Commission curricular recommendations, but has moved past a goal of simple compliance towards one of pragmatic relevance. To our board president, if it's okay, I would like to allow our Achieve partners to present first. They've been very patient this evening and giving of their time.
That's fine with me.
All right, Mr. Bonds, if you are prepared, please share the presentation for our Achieve visitors who are also always great partners to our school district. It goes without saying. Ms. Nearing?
Hi.
Ms. Kirk? Hi, welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Thanks for inviting us. We're always happy to talk about Achieve and the volunteer tutor program. Shannon and I are going to kind of tag team it tonight. I'm going to start. Just a little bit about me. I live in South Orange, but I grew up in Maplewood. I'm kind of a lifer and went all through the school district myself. I have two children who graduated from Columbia High School, and my youngest is a junior at Columbia now. Shannon, do you just want to tell a little bit about yourself? I can't
Sure,
see you, which is a little weird.
This is my first year with Achieve, and I've lived in Maplewood for about 13 years, and I have two children at Seth Boyden in 1st and 3rd grade.
And I should say that I've been the executive director of Achieve for 3.5 years, but I have been involved with the organization for about a decade before that. Do I have to go ping when we want to change slides, Mr. Bonds? Thank you. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about Achieve overall. Many of you do know about Achieve and are familiar, but I won't assume that you are. And then Shannon's going to dig in a little deeper specifically about the tutoring program. Ping. So Achieve is a tax-exempt registered 501c3 organization. We were founded 35 years ago as SOMEF, South Orange Maplewood Education Foundation. This past maybe 2 years towards the beginning of the pandemic, we were starting to look at a 5-year strategic plan for the organization. And of course, that involved looking at our mission statement and revisiting that. So at the top here, you'll see our mission statement, which is our new and improved mission statement that was adopted by our board about a year ago, last March, to be exact. The Achieve Foundation promotes high-quality education that prepares South Orange Maplewood School District students for the future. We support our students, families, and educators by addressing inequities, inspiring innovation, and fostering community. And on the next page, we'll talk a little bit more about some of those priorities that underlie that mission statement. We aim to champion excellence, enhancing student experiences through meaningful programs, grants, and funding that advance best educational practices. We address equity and the opportunity gap and unmet educational needs for the most vulnerable students in the district. We build community by bringing together and working together with stakeholders, a wide variety of stakeholders, students, families, educators, volunteers, and the community at large. And we try to listen to our stakeholders and evaluate options and respond to evolving needs to deliver solutions. Just in terms of a little bit about governance, we are led by a volunteer board of trustees. There's most years about 20 trustees on the board. We're a very small part-time staff. You're looking at most of it. Shannon and I each work about 30 hours per week per our letters of agreement with the organization. We report to the board, and we have one donations manager who does about 10 hours per week on average. Her name is Karen Heindel. We work together with the school district, and we have some key representatives from the district who have stakeholder positions on our board. So non-voting, but they attend meetings and are liaisons. Right now we have Arun. We just welcomed him last month with the board restructuring as our Board of Ed rep, and last year it was Susan Bergen. We're thankful for them. Dr. Friedman represents the administration. We've been very happy to have Lori Pham for SOMEA for about 3 years on our sit on our board meetings. We added the administrators and principals and department head union, ASCA, just this past year. That was sort of an oversight, and now Dara Granow represents them, and we invite President's Council to have a rep at our meetings as well, so that we can work in better coordination with them. Just real quick, you might not know Achieve, but something here might look familiar. On the right sort of shows how we raise money. The Newstead 5K starts out every school year. About 500 runners join us up in Newstead for a race. Nights of 100 Dinners is our biggest, most profitable fundraiser most years. Honor Your Teacher allows families to participate and give money to Achieve and feel part of our organization for a very small entry fee. It's only $10 recommended donation, and then we send tributes to teachers to say how much they're appreciated with personalized messages, and then that goes towards teacher grants in future years. And that picture down in the bottom is just representing like our annual appeal. So we are also often will be sending letters or just emails asking for money. And then on the left, some of the programs we fund, we support arts in our school. We can see there the Vanessa Pollock Music Initiative, the Ted Cole Clarinet Project. Also through our grants, we support the arts. Maker Madness is a way that we can champion STEM education and hands-on learning. Every spring we have a maker fair, really geared towards young children and getting them involved or interested in STEM very young. The bottom left shows some of the recipients of some grants. Most of our budget goes to grants, which can inspire innovation and be projects that are small and large, and we support all the schools that way. This school year, in fact, I think it's 51 or 52 grants that we've given out, totaling over $110,000. And other than grants, on the next page, our biggest, our flagship program is the volunteer tutoring program. It's really what we're known for, so much so that in 2010, we changed the name of the organization from SOMEF, South Orange Maplewood Education Foundation, to the Achieve Foundation. We took the name of our flagship program and took it over for the whole organization. Since 1997, so we realized when we did this presentation, we should be celebrating our 25th anniversary this year. We have been providing free tutoring in partnership with the district. This is a really unique program. I'm on a board of Education Foundation. It's a partnership for all of the foundations in the state, and I don't know of any other education foundation that has any kind of a tutoring program at all, let alone one the size of ours. And it was started back in 1997 with the notion that we live in this community of really talented, smart people that can offer so much. And here's these students who are struggling. And wouldn't it be great to bring them together so that they, these great community members could help the students? And the goal was really to address that racial and economic academic opportunity gap by offering this help for free, because there's such a barrier, it's such an expense to have tutoring. It's only gotten more expensive since then, but it's really not available to many people. So to really reduce that barrier was one of the main goal of the program. I think Shannon's going to take it over from here and talk a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of how students are referred and how the process works.
Yes, so students are able to access this program in a couple different ways. For the most part, the elementary and the middle school students are referred by their classroom teachers or by counselors to the program. And CHS students are, for the most part, self-referred, although they are also sometimes referred by counselors or teachers. The CHS students can either fill out an online Google form, request form, or they can see me in the library, and I'm there about 4 days a week with a big sign with some information so they can easily access me and sign up for that. And then there are also parents reach out sometimes too, but that is not as common. And when they do, they either work with me if it's a CHS student, or I put them in touch with the site supervisors that we have at each school. Now, so a little bit more about our tutors. As the program manager, I recruit the tutors and train them and match them, the volunteers, with students, and that's grades K through 12. We have adult volunteers as well as teen volunteers, and we might even have a few tween volunteers this year as well. Our National Honor Society students at CHS are required per their contract to do 20 hours a semester of tutoring. So that really provides us with a wonderful pool of seniors who have taken many of the courses that the CHS students are looking for support in. So that's really a great program too. We serve students in all of the K through 12 schools. We are in after school in each building at least 1 day a week. We're at both middle schools 2 days a week. We also have a Wednesday evening program, which is 7 to 8 o'clock, and that is virtual. And we have 2 sessions on Saturday mornings, and that's kind of a catch-all for all of the grade levels. So if an elementary student is kind of done at the end of the day, but would do better early in the morning on Saturday, that's a good time. Or if they have sports or clubs after school, Saturdays work out to kind of get everybody who the other days of the weeks don't work. In the past, we have had students meet with tutors during the day at school, but we did not do that this year because of all the COVID protocols, but that's something that we might revisit again next year, depending on where we're at. And one of the things that is unique about this program too is that it's a one-to-one model. So we really, for the most part, have one tutor meeting with the same tutee every session. And we have tutors commit to 8 weeks. So they can really continue to build like a social relationship, as well as jump right in and build on that academic support each time that they meet.
And many do more than 8 weeks, but that's like the minimum.
Yes, many do, but that is, yeah, that's the minimum that we ask. So all of our volunteers receive training by district faculty. They're trained in best practices and in teaching and techniques, executive functioning and organizational skills, and it's all consistent with the district curriculum. It's one of the strengths of having our trainers be district faculty. For example, some of the things might be new, like the Tang math this year was a little bit new, and maybe some of our tutors, even if they came up through the district, weren't familiar with it. So our trainers were able to give them some information about that and some confidence around that. Safety is of utmost importance for us, for our student tutors and our student tutees. So all sessions are overseen by site supervisors, and those are district staff members or myself as for CHS. All of our adult tutors are screened, they are interviewed, and they each provide at least 2 references that are checked. And something new to take that process even further this year is we've started doing criminal background checks for every adult volunteer. All in-person adult tutors also have to be vaccinated and show proof of vaccination before they start tutoring in person. Now we're going to dive in a little bit to our numbers, and we kind of went back 3 years so that we could get a view of what a typical pre-COVID year looked like, and then kind of what it's been looking like since then. So in 2018, 2019, that was our typical year. And you can see that we have typically about 350 to 370 volunteer tutors and around the same amount of tutees. And you can see it's kind of broken down. The majority are typically CHS students who are tutoring. And we do have some students from other high schools, some Seton Hall University students, adult volunteers, as well as middle school and some 5th graders. And that is reflective in our numbers this year as well, or not the same numbers, but the same kind of demographics of what types of people are tutoring. Our tutees were also CHS students at 102, 79 middle schoolers, and 177 elementary school students. So the next column is 2019 to March 2020. So it's just the pre-COVID numbers there that you see. And they look very similar to a typical year. And as you can see, asterisk at the bottom, April to June, they kind of took some time off in March, and early April, under the direction of Amy Foreman, she was able to pivot the program and use Zoom sessions and breakout rooms, and still held on to 141 tutors and 148 students who were able to continue to receive tutoring during that time. So 2020, 2021, this is going to look a lot different. The numbers really blew up, and there was a lot more need, and there was also an ability to recruit a lot more tutors because many people were home and everything was online. So we were able to get high school students from all over the state. We had tutors from all over the country. As far as adult tutors, there was even one in Italy who was Zooming in. And then another difference that you'll see reflected in the tutees is that we kind of merged our program with another program, which is Elementors. And their goal is to really meet social emotional needs. So there were Cougar squads in many of the elementary schools, which were a little bit different, where there were several tutors paired with a group of students who did some academics and then a lot of social. So that's a major, like a kind of difference in the program that year. So now we can look at the demographics, and these are the same years. These are the demographics of race for our tutees. And so in our typical year, the 2018 to 19, you can see that 65% of the tutees were non-white in comparison to the district, which was 50, and 35% were white. The next year is very similar. We were serving more at 68% non-white to the district's 50. And then the following year, the 2020 to 2021, it looks a little different. We were serving 57% non-white to the districts. I'm sorry, I can't see that, 45%. And I think that's reflected in several ways because we had that elementary program that was a little bit different, as well as, you know, a lot of the different families were having different abilities accessing online sessions for different reasons. And so now the next slide is our student demographics. And this is going to show the students who were served that were economically disadvantaged. And this is based on parents registering children for the free and reduced lunch programs. So in our typical year, we were serving 31% of our students were economically disadvantaged in comparison to the district student population of 20%. Numbers were similar in 2019-20. That also is reflective of that first September to March, with 27% of the achieved students versus the district at 20. And then in 2020-21, you'll see it's 16.2 to 14.8, which is much more similar to the district's population. And that's probably has a lot to do with the fact that lunch was free, so there were less consistency with parents filling out the free and reduced lunch forms, as well as that elementary program and a lot more need for social and emotional connection as well.
And I think I'm going to take over this slide. At the end of every school year, we give a survey to participants. And this is just a little bit of an overview of the numbers. This is just for 2020, 2021, so just for last year. Satisfaction with the program is always very high. It was actually a little bit lower last year because of attendance numbers being frustrating, particularly to tutors, but to 2Ds as well. But still very high numbers there. Many people, almost all would recommend the program. And then we specifically asked about which ways the program helped the 2D, the student. And tutors really see a boost in their partner's confidence. Homework completion goes up. About 2/3 of the respondents said that. And it's interesting to note that the 2Ds do report that their grades have gone up. The tutors might not be as aware of it. 40% of them do say that there was an impact on grades, but it's more than half if you ask the 2Ds or their parents. So, you know, it impacts students in a lot of positive ways. And then the next page, this is really my favorite part. We ask for specific comments. So we have like 100 and it's so hard for me to pare them down. But here I've just pulled a couple and I'm not going to read them all to you. But basically the parents and the tutors are just saying that they love the sessions, that the tutors are really helpful, that they really bond and there's a great connection. They love that there's no stigma about having to have a tutor and that it's a really great resource for the community. You know, they really talk about the connection. And then at the bottom, we've had to conclude one. It's a very well organized program and very professional. And then the tutors really talk about, on the next page, they'll talk about, you know, that thrill when the light bulb goes off for the students, that they can really see the kids having an aha moment. They realize what the kid realizes what they can do and their confidence is boosted. And the fact that the tutor had an impact on that. Just, you know, the excitement when that moment happens. So I think a lot of people realize that the 2Ds benefit, but it's always striking to me that the tutors really benefit from this too. It's especially for all these high school students. You know, it's boosting their confidence in what they know. It's making, you know, people who help other people tend to be happier. Mental health studies show. So there's that impact. So it's just really, I think, a great impact on the tutors as well as the 2Ds. And a lot of times I don't think people think about that. And then I think we just have 2 more quick slides. We never want to, rest on our laurels. We're always trying to grow the program and improve it. So besides completely pivoting in 2020, which I don't take any credit for, Amy Foreman worked wonders there. There's a few other things that we have going on, some recent initiatives that I think Shannon's going to share with you.
Yeah, so we have some exciting initiatives. We have recently started back up having a tutor help out one of our Achieve tutors at the CHS Loft. And I attended their community liaison meeting just this week, and it seems to be going really well. So on Tuesdays, they have a homework help day, and we have a tutor who is there to help students and just kind of be there to converse with them as well if they don't need specific help. But that's been going really well. That is something that started in 2018, and we've just reintroduced it this year again. We also have an amazing program, which is our essay writing program with the Max Scholars. This was piloted in the 2017-18 school year, and now it's expanded to engage 25 volunteers who work with Max students. They start in the spring of their junior year, and they work with them through the fall when all of their college applications are submitted. And so they help them with the college apps, and they help them specifically with those college essays. The volunteers are trained by professional essay coaches from our community, and those coaches also provide summer workshops for the students as well. We're also looking forward to exploring college test prep tutoring options. We're working right now with we have an intern from Seton Hall, who's a graduate student who is exploring that. And I know I've talked to some of the student BOE representatives about that as well as some of the student leaders in Achieve. So that's exciting. And finally, we have this music mentorship program that we are hoping to pilot in the spring, which is really exciting and was brought to us by an amazing student, Sophia Franklin, whose name came up earlier. And they came up with this great idea of pairing high school students with middle school students for music mentoring. So they would kind of get an idea of what it would be like to be in the music program at CHS and how exciting that could be. And also kind of giving more time with instruments to students who may have financial barriers that prevent them from having private lessons or things like that. And the final slide, challenges. I'm sure everybody has experienced so many different challenges throughout this time during the pandemic. And some of the ones we're seeing at Achieve this year is we're having a really difficult time meeting. There's a high need for upper level STEM classes, specifically physics, calc, and AP stats. And I'm finding that a lot of the students who took those courses in the last few years took them during the pandemic. So they're just not feeling that confidence in being able to tutor another student in them. And many are trying, but it's definitely a struggle. And so we're reaching out, we're getting creative, reaching out to more schools, trying to find some virtual tutors in that way. But we're really hopeful about the district's tutoring program and hoping that that will help us fill that void and serve the students. And also students who are unable, because Achieve is a commitment to come once a week at the same time every week. For that reason, sometimes Achieve doesn't work for students. So we're hopeful that the district's tutoring program will also meet that need and that we'll be able to complement each other well. And that's it for tonight. And I just want to say thank you for having us.
Well, thank you, Ms. Nearing, and thank you, Ms. Kirk, so much for taking the time to come and share such important information with our board and the community at large who's attending. I know that part of what informed our budget process last year, we spoke about just the skyrocketing opportunities for tutoring that you shared here, but that we experienced last year. And one of the key pieces was the whole virtual offering for some students. Just being in person because of their own personal challenges is a barrier. And so being able to see that success was of course, very happy and motivating for me and the academic team, but it also gave us thought on how we could support, as you just noted. So thank you so much for that. To the board president, should we open up for any follow-up questions from the board?
Yes, we should.
Any board member questions?
All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Back
right,
to you, Dr. Taylor.
thank you. On the same topic of student academics, we will now shift to Dr. Friedman and Ms. Ann Bodner to focus in on some student achievement data for the Start Strong program. That was a statewide program to assist districts in mitigating learning loss. Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor. Good evening, everyone. So this evening, we're going to share an overview of the Start Strong exam, as Dr. Taylor mentioned, and give you an overview of what the Start Strong test covered, give you some results and data from the Start Strong exam, and then talk about what the district and what we are doing collectively as a CNI department to help support the findings from the data. So once again, I'm Dr. Matthew Friedman. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. Ann, are you muted? And Miss Ann Bodner is the Director of Curriculum. She was trying to get off mute, but I just introduced her. Maybe I should ding like Miss Neary. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so just a quick overview of the Start Strong assessment back in 2020 when the pandemic really shifted the modality of learning for everyone and school shut down and the world was in complete transition. The U.S. Department of Education put forth several things. It approved a waiver submitted by the New Jersey Department of Education to administer something that they called the Start Strong assessment beginning in the fall of 2021. This helped satisfy a federal statewide assessment requirement, and districts were instructed to administer the assessment in English Language Arts, ELA, mathematics, and science only for the content of the 2021 school year, since statewide testing was not able to be given during the 2021 school year. The spring SLA, the Student Learning Assessment, will resume during the 21-22 school year. So this spring, the students will again be taking state testing that they had previously back in 2019-2020. In addition to that, just a little overview of what the Start Strong assessment covered. The assessments helped produce information that was used as a standards-based complement to existing resources by educators in their classrooms needed to evaluate students. So we already had a lot of data points and a lot of different local assessments, but the Start Strong assessment was really used as a benchmark to determine where students were at the time of the assessments. And assessments, just to emphasize, did not replace the local standards-based benchmarks that we had, such as the Teachers College Reading Assessment or the Star Renaissance Assessment, two things that you might have heard students taking in our district. So a quick timeline of the Start Strong assessment. The assessments were administered starting September 13th and going all the way to October 22nd of 2021. Once the students took the exams, the data was then, since it was an online exam, collected by the Department of Education and processed by the Department of Education. We received hard copy. We started receiving hard copy results for each individual student from the New Jersey Department of Education starting on December 13th. We started literally folding the results into envelopes, and we were able to turn those around pretty quickly with winter break by January 12th of this year. So we started mailing them out, and families across the district started receiving individual results for their children starting on January 12th. So back on December 13th, there was a Department of Education broadcast, and they gave some statewide guidance to the 600 school districts across the state.
It's not a puzzle. It's just a thing.
I'm hearing some feedback.
They're not talking about any of this stuff anymore.
Keith, can you mute someone?
Go ahead. I think you're all right, Dr. Freeman.
Okay, thank you. So the Start Strong assessments were developed in response to the disruption that was caused because of the pandemic, and they were specifically designed to inform instruction going forward. So when we took the exams starting back in September, we wanted to see where the students were at that point. They weren't designed, and the state emphasized two things to all school districts across the state. They weren't designed to estimate what score students would have received on the NJSLA in the spring of 2021, and they were not designed to predict future performance results on any state testing. They were essentially developed and given to provide a benchmark to see where students are at the current time so we could plan accordingly moving forward. In addition to that, one of the other things that was emphasized by the NJDOE was that everyone was affected by COVID. The learning and testing conditions were affected by COVID-19, and the impact on student participation and assessments were affected as well. They were not given during the 2021 school year. And then I'm not going to read the quote to everyone here, but basically the DOE suggested that districts focus on their results of their students and not look at statewide results. Oftentimes districts want to compare how they did against other districts, but they strongly encourage us to focus on the benchmark results of the students in the district and not look at how the other districts were doing for comparison purposes. So the big question was, who was tested and what was it based on? And I'm not going to read through the whole chart right here, but essentially, if you look at the left-hand column, and this is based on what grade the student or what class the student was in this year, the current grade level or course, the student would take the prior year's course. So for example, if the student was a high school student was currently taking Algebra 1, they got tested on grade 8 math. If they were in geometry in high school, they were taking the grade 8 math. The one caveat to this was that if any middle school students were currently taking high school classes this year, and that would be Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2, they were taking that particular Start Strong assessment. And so that is just one thing to emphasize. But all the other ones, they were taking previous year's standards. So just to quickly overview once again, the test was brief. It was about 45 to 60-minute benchmark assessments, and they were set up securely, but the students took them all online. They were aligned to previous year's academic standards, as I mentioned, and the content areas that were covered were English Language Arts in grades 4 to 10, mathematics in grades 4 to 8, and then Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. So any student taking any of those 3 courses, no matter what grade they were in, middle school or high school, if you were taking Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, you took the Start Strong assessment. And we also assessed in science in grades 6, 9, and 12. And as I mentioned, they were done securely online. The results were immediate, and they were given to the state to sort through, to check for validity, and then printed on individual reports. So as part of the test, the results were looked at on 3 levels. The first level, there was strong support needed. The second level, there was some support. And finally, level 3, the least amount of support was needed. So I wanted to emphasize this key right here, because this is going to be interwoven into the results that we're going to show on the next several slides. But just understand, it allows us as administrators, as it allows us as classroom teachers, and as a district as a whole to look at this and really look at the 3 levels and figure out where students are in those 3 content areas: English, math, and science, depending on what they were tested in. And just to reiterate, these results are going to help with current grade level support. It really benchmarked and allowed us to determine where students are at this particular time. So level 1, 2, or 3. Number of students tested in the district, and I just wanted to provide a brief overview of the number of students that took these exams. And as you can see, there were a lot of students that were tested in the district, grades 4 through 10 in ELA, 4 through 12 in mathematics, and grades 6, 9, and 12 in science. Pretty significant sample size here. Now, the next several slides, what we want to show you some district-wide numbers and just point out some highlights to you along the way for comparison purposes, and breaking it down by support levels, support level 1, 2, and 3. So as you can see here, across the district in grade 4 in ELA, over 70% of our students either needed less support or some support. And in mathematics, they were right at 70%, some support or less support. In 5th grade, the numbers are pretty similar. Over 70%, specifically 86% of our 5th graders in ELA needed some to less support, and 71% of our students in mathematics in grade 5 needed some or less support. In grade 6, you can see we started testing science as well, but in ELA, 81% of our students needed some to less support. A little bit lower, but still very encouraging. In 6th grade, 71% needed some to less support in mathematics, and 75% of our students overall needed some to less support in 6th grade. In 7th grade, our numbers were still very strong in ELA. 82% of our students needed some to less support at the current time during testing. We dipped a little bit in 7th grade mathematics, but we were close to 50%, coming in at about 49% of our students needing some to less support in 7th grade math. Moving on to 8th grade, our ELA numbers, about 83% of our students needed some to less support in 8th grade ELA. And while our numbers were a little bit lower consistently in 8th grade math, at 56%, we had over 50% of our students only needing some to less support.
I think it's important to note that in 7th and 8th grade math, many of our students are taking high school courses. So they would have been taking the assessment for the course that they're currently in. So that there is we
would see a dip in that area because our students wouldn't have learned the content yet. So I think it's important just to note that.
Yes, as Ms. Bodner said, they were taking an assessment on content that they had not learned to this point. So those were actually, we felt those were pretty encouraging numbers to build off of. Ninth grade, quickly, in ELA, we were at 84% of our students only needing some to less support. In mathematics, over 50% at 57% needed some to less support. And in science, 75% of our students needed some to less support in ninth grade. 10th grade, you can see the numbers start to go down because less students are taking one of the 3 math courses, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry. But we had 87% of our students in 10th grade in ELA needing some or less support, and we had 61%, which is an encouraging number, in 10th grade needing some or less support. 11th grade in mathematics, we had over 50%, 57% specifically needing some to less support in 11th grade. And finally, in 12th grade in mathematics, 57% of our students needed some to less support. And in science, we were coming in at 70% needing some to less support. So what did we learn from all of this? What did we learn from all the data, and what did we do with it? So generally speaking, the results were consistent with other collected data points, local assessments that we had given in-house, and some of the reporting from previous grades. So the results were not alarming to us, and they were pretty consistent with what we had. Something that we also realized that we talked a lot about internally with building administration and district supervisors, that every student ultimately was impacted by the pandemic, but not every student was impacted in the same way or to the same degree. So we really needed to figure out the jumping off point for each individualized student and really personalize the learning experience for each student. The assessment data helps to serve the teachers' plan for instruction and target individual needs, like I just mentioned. It's really about personalizing the learning experience for each of our students in the district and using different types of data points, Start Strong assessment being one of them, to figure out their specific needs. The classroom teachers, through the building administrators, were given access to this data, and it helped drive the types of instruction going on in the classroom and the types of remediation needed for particular students in the classrooms. And so by the time the 100th day just happened in our district. So as we approach the mid-year point, which we just did, the next round of benchmarks assessments will be taking place, providing teachers with even more data as we're leading up to the spring testing schedule later this year. So we're in the process now in ELA, math, and science, doing some more mid-year data collection on where students are and continuing to help them meet their individualized needs. So just breaking it down quickly and talking specifically about ELA, math, and science, and some of the supports that we put into place based off of not only the Start Strong assessment, but as I mentioned, other local assessments and data that we have in place. As you can see here in ELA, and I'm not going to read the slide word for word, but at the elementary level, we're focusing on foundational skills, phonemic awareness, spelling instruction. At the middle level, we're really focusing on more intensive vocabulary instruction. And at the high school, we're making a bigger emphasis around grammar and vocabulary and the consistency with that. In addition to those things that I just outlined at the elementary, middle level, and high school, We still have a huge focus in all content areas around literacy, the importance for reading, independent reading in K-8 and 9-12. Things at the high school, such as the SLAM Lab and conference period, were used even more than they were last year or in previous years to really provide that ongoing individualized support for students. And in grades 3 through 10, they had access to small group instruction and online support through online tools such as Freckle for English language arts. So K-8 math supports quickly. As was mentioned by Achieve earlier, we have been working with an outside consultant who really specializes in the Singapore approach to math, Greg Tang, and Greg Tang Math Instruction is providing professional development and math support to our K-8 teachers. We're really K-5 teachers right now. We'll be moving to the middle level eventually, but the support at the elementary level and the professional development is something they hadn't had in several years, and we were excited to provide the intensive professional development to help with the Singapore approach to math. We were training teachers on the implementation of both digital and traditional strategies, best practices, and pedagogy inside the classrooms around math instruction. Tier 1 and Tier 2 professional development and strategies to help students along the way in math instruction. We were using STAR data to really focus on the summer school needs of students last summer so they could pivot into this year and start off at a much stronger point. We were also using STAR data to look at our at-risk students and look at tiered support. And the last thing that we just put in there is that we're continuing a lot more intervention support at both Seth Boyden and Clinton Elementary schools. At the middle level, we're continuing with intervention around mathematics. We are training teachers, once again, like we are at the elementary level, to use digital resources and traditional strategies, focusing on best practices and pedagogy in a mathematics classroom. We are providing Tier 1 and Tier 2 supports around 50-minute math lessons, and we found that was something that we were lacking from several years worth of data and conversations working from a curricular standpoint. And we were targeting student populations and individual needs through different summer programming that we had consistently throughout the years in South Orange Maplewood. At the high school, and I'm not going to read all of this, but the theme here really is about support. It's about tutoring. It's about intervention, focusing on lower math grades, at-risk students, the SLAM Lab, getting opportunities throughout the day, whether it's lunchtime help, after school. These are areas we wanted to provide students that were struggling in STEM courses, math and science courses, as much support as possible throughout the day in creative ways. And not only during the day, but after school. Achieve overviewed their wonderful program with tutoring, and we have talked about implementing a tutoring program, an online tutoring program in the evening and weekends to further support students in this district at the high school and middle school level. And that is it.
Thank you, Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner. And for those board members and folks in the public who may have not caught that second slide, we know and love talking about and pulling apart data and looking for trends that can help our students. And so we do have a version of this that goes deeper and goes into subgroups, et cetera. that will be discussed in our upcoming CNI meeting and will be shared with the full board in their Friday packet tomorrow. This is a pretty good review of this information, but we want to go deeper and take a deeper look and have a deeper discussion in a circumstance that allows us to have more conversation about it. And also, this is part of Start Strong presentations are a compliance piece. But as I said earlier, we want to move to a more discussion around the relevance of it. So to our board president, if we're ready to take questions.
Yes, we are. We'll start with board member Vadlamani and then go to Malsmina and Telford.
Thank you. This was a great presentation. I mean, if you look at the data and that you presented and you put them all next to each other, all the grades together, I mean, ELA has a great story in the sense that the people in level 3 are significantly more than people in level 1, students in level 1. But something is kind of, at least in math, the story is not, it's a little concerning, especially in 6th and 7th grade. There's like a 20% drop from level 3, and then a corresponding 20% rise in level 1, which kind of shows that, for some reason in the middle school, students didn't perform as well. I mean, I understand this is, forward looking at, all those caveats. So I guess my question is, what approaches are we taking to make sure that there is no middle school slump, if you will, right? I mean, borrowing words from elsewhere. That's my primary question. That's like the most important question, because the data is really scary. When if we plot it out, which I did, and it looks, there's a huge fall between 6th grade, 7th grade, and in fact we end up in math with more people in level 1 than in level 3.
So
go ahead, Dr.
I was going to just say that I think that's the caveat that Ms. Bodner and Dr. Friedman were focusing on. That I can recall when we were doing this assessment, we were speaking about that big caveat that if you were taking a high school level course and you were a middle schooler, unlike the predecessors, you had to take the test on the course you were in, not your previous course. And so that's a huge difference. That's a 12-month change in what you're being assessed on. I don't recall reading why that was the case or the directions, but I think that is beyond any other factor, right? It's a very significant factor on why the data looks different for those different grade spans, because they're being tested on different things. Anne and Matt, would you like to add anything?
You literally took the words out. Took the words out of my mouth. But I can tell you also, one of the things that we're working on from an academic standpoint is the vertical alignment and consistency from elementary school to middle school. One of the things which might not seem like a big deal to non-educators, but I can tell you that is of the utmost importance, is something as small as the consistency of vocabulary, mathematical terms, using consistent mathematical terms in the elementary level into the middle level. And sometimes when you have different series of resources, they call the same thing by different names. And even that small little tweak. So we've been working hard. One of the things that we mentioned is that we're providing professional development. There has been a lack of professional development in terms of mathematics instruction in this district for a while, for a litany of reasons, change in leadership, change of building administration, teachers coming and going. I mean, there's just been a lot of reasons. We've put a huge emphasis on ELA, which is extremely important, literacy. But Anne and I, along with Dr. Taylor, we really saw the need for mathematics professional development and the focus on quality instruction inside the classroom. Not to say that it wasn't happening, but it's something that you continually need to iterate and think about and learn and grow. So we're working hard to have those conversations both horizontally across grade levels, vertically, sharing best practices, making the shift of putting all of our curriculum online and letting people see it in a consistent format for the first time in a long time, I think has helped. But that paradigm is starting to shift. We're seeing some great things inside the classroom with our amazing teachers, but it's going to take a little time for our data to ultimately reflect that growth.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm.
But ELA is definitely a very good story. I'll stop at that. But
I agree.
Thanks.
I agree.
Board
Thank
Member Masfina and then Telsford.
Okay, I'm gonna ask probably a two-part issue thing here, so maybe you can answer the first part, and then we'll go to the second, but we'll figure it out. I have concerns because the board on numerous occasions has asked to see the presentations ahead of time, especially ones involving a lot of data, so that we can prepare. And this yet again has not happened. We did not get a copy of this presentation until this afternoon. The data was also never came through the CNI committee, even though, according to the New Jersey Association of School Boards, the district has had the scores since December 9th. And quoting right from the website, the New Jersey School Board Association's website, the district must report student level assessment results to school boards within 60 days of receipt, which will be February 14th, in order to satisfy the CUSAC requirement. We did not meet that deadline, and now we are most likely going to be docked during CUSAC because of it. Why did this not happen?
So I would take that question to be an evaluative question. And so if you would like for me to respond to that and to investigate what those concerns are, I'd be happy to.
I would like you.
Yeah, sure.
I would like
let me finish.
That is concerning.
Sure, let me go. Oh, sorry, please.
No, go ahead. I'm just trying to, keep everybody
No.
together. Let's go.
Yeah, I was going to say, but we'd be happy to answer any question around the information that was presented.
I'm also going to say tonight that I'm not going to get into specifics of the result because I'm trying to process them since I didn't have a real chance to see them ahead of time. But I'm going to say that personally, I'm not shocked by these results. I don't think anybody should be shocked by these results. We know kids are struggling. We know that the test scores will show that. I personally administered this test. They only were given a limited number of questions related to this test, and many students, at least where I was, did not take them seriously. So the data is rather flawed. I think that needs to be out there to parents so that they understand that we are looking at somewhat data that is flawed. So don't be freaking out that your kid might have not done well on this. But I am looking forward to getting more detailed information about how we are working with teachers and helping them support these students. I mean, a lot of the strategies I saw are stuff like summer school and other things that have already happened. We know that PD and other strategies are helpful, but we also need to look at the SEL needs of our students to help them succeed, because if they can't meet the basic mental and physical needs, then the academic needs are not going to happen. And I didn't really see much in the presentation about dealing with some of the SEL needs that need to occur. So I'd like to learn more about that. I guess now, maybe at the CNI meeting.
Thank you. Board Member Telsford and then Board Members Bergen and then Wright.
Yes, I guess my question really revolves around, looking at the math score, we see that there's a higher need for students at level 1. And I want to know, I guess we see this transition in middle school, which we talk about they're being tested on things that they haven't done yet. But why is there, I guess, a consistency in that level of need that we see in high school year to year? Or do we have any insight on that?
I just want to make sure that we're following. So the question is, why aren't we seeing the challenges demonstrated in the middle school math assessments at the high school level? Yes.
Right. It looks as though we still see that high level of students at level 1. It's kind of consistent. So it starts in middle school and then continues on in high school. We're still seeing that high level.
So I think we can make some hypotheses, right? And I think that what Board Member Malaspina represented It's something that we've seen on other assessments. Previously, New Jersey had assessments that were graduation requirements, and then others that were not, and how seriously students took them could be an interesting factor to consider. I think also Ms. Bodner and Dr. Friedman could speak a little bit about the specificity of which grade levels had the test on their former information versus the information that was coming that school year. That might align in some of the grades that we're thinking about, some of the grade levels, because the middle schools were, as they always are, right? They are the middle child. They're peculiar sometimes in some of the data and how they are assessed.
Yeah, I guess in the most simplistic terms, most students are taking Algebra 1 in our district around 8th, 9th grade, some 7th graders. Geometry, mostly taken around the 8th, 9th grade time period. And most students are taking Algebra 2, a large number of students are taking Algebra 2 around 10th grade. So fluctuating somewhere in between those 4 grades, 7th grade through 10th grade. So when you're having 11th and 12th grade students taking the Start Strong assessment based off of what course they previously took or what course they're currently enrolled in, that means that they might be a little bit behind on the mathematics course load. So they might have taken they might have progressed to some of those courses at a later date than some of the other students in the district. So, they might have some underlying, math needs and might not have tested as high. And it might be consistent with what they have done all along. They might need some more support in things like mathematics. So those results were pretty consistent, if that kind of made sense.
We also discussed that in some math subcommittees last year. I recall, because we spoke about some of the acceleration, right? When you're accelerating students through high levels of mathematics, they're getting a lot of the theory, right? But they're losing some of the scaffolding. If you understand what I'm saying, that becomes a part of the basic math functions that you're getting as you're going through some of those courses. And so even though skipping and accelerating can be a wonderful thing, it can also leave some learning gaps that need to be compensated for. So we definitely had that discussion with the STEM supervisors last year.
Thank you. Board Member Bergen.
Thank you. So the presentation went through each type of test and noted where the percentage of students that needed some or less support. And I guess I'm a glass half empty person, because I look at this and I see that the majority of our students need some level of support and a really large percentage need a strong amount of support. And that's especially true for our older students. And then the support that's at the end there gives a lot of options for students to seek outside help at lunch or after school or during ninth period. And these are all things that require a student to have a certain amount of initiative and executive function and will to access. And so I guess I want to know, what are you doing for the students who don't do that? And if most students need this, why are these supports given as extras when it seems like everyone needs them and they should be built into the classroom experience?
I would say, just leading into Dr. Friedman and Ann Bodner, and kind of on a philosophical level, right? That what I found interesting about the designations given on these reports, Keith, if you have it, can you put it back up? If it's easy for you to grab it, just to go to that sheet that gave a description of level 1, 2, or 3. Just so we all have a reference for what we're saying. Thank you, Ms. Bodnar. So, and then the description, right? None of these descriptions say no support, right? And so I found that to be interesting, right? There, in many of the standardized tests that we've come accustomed to, there's a description of mastery level, right? And so strong support, some support, less support, but none of these say no support. And so I think that does lead to your point of every student dealing with this pandemic and what it's meant to their instructional and socioeconomic, sorry, not socioeconomic, socio-emotional learning needs support. And so I think that the number one support that they're going to have, especially academically, starts with their classroom teacher, right? That's the thing that I think that we have to all realize, that we're building supports, we're building opportunities for supplemental support. But the number one thing that we have to do, which is why we're investing so much in professional development, is to do all we can to provide a great teacher for every kid. There's no silver bullet that can replace a fantastic teacher who has great training and knows how to differentiate and support their students. So Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodnar, if you'd like to add anything.
Yeah, Board Member Bergen, the one thing that you can't put into writing sometimes is that the things that go on during the school day, and let's just talk specifically at the high school, because I've talked to teachers, I've talked to the principals, I've talked to supervisors about this. We have these opportunities for students beyond the classroom support, as Dr. Taylor mentioned. And I mean, we have teachers, principals, supervisors literally walking kids down to get that help at lunchtime, or taking them to the slam, or just meeting with them individually as a trusted adult to kind of, talk through things and give them support. So we are constantly building that culture of support and, helping to guide them to make the ultimate decision to seek out that additional help. So in talking to all three of those different stakeholders, the supervisors, the principals, and teachers, I hear from them, and Ann hears from them constantly, that we're constantly encouraging and reminding students of these opportunities and working hard to get them to take advantage of those opportunities as well.
I would like to add, another big discussion that we're having with supervisors, or that they're coming back and talking to us about, is really working with teachers and focusing in on small group instruction at every level and best practices. And that's when you can really target instruction, when you're working in smaller groups. The kids are working together and having conversations and talking about learning. So this is something that has been a focus with our supervisors and department meetings at the secondary level, and principals at the lower levels. And that is when you're really going to start to see teachers work on small group deficits that students might have, and where you can build skills and build content. That has been, we know that that's best practices. We know that's how students learn best and how our teachers can teach best. So that has been shared, and professional development and conversations about how we can do that more, especially at the secondary level.
Yeah, and I mean, coming from Ann, who had a very successful run as an elementary school principal, she knows that is a very common practice at the elementary level, and a very successful practice. Small group instruction. You can probably walk into any elementary classroom and see some sort of small group instruction going on at any part of the day. That's a practice instructional strategy that we seem to move away from at the, we still do it somewhat at the middle level, but at the high school level, we don't do it as often. And it's something that we have talked to the supervisors about a lot. And we want to kind of circle back and bring that back into classrooms more often, because we know that it is a successful instructional strategy. That's one of many, but targeting that we have found, the research has shown also that small group instruction is, as Ann just outlined, is extremely important at all levels.
And Ms. Bodner, can you go to slide number 2 to just, show again, the difference between this presentation and what the committee will be receiving at their next March 2nd committee meeting, as well as of course in the board's Friday packet tomorrow. I don't see any other hands. I can't see everyone to our board president. Is there anyone else?
I think Miss
Yeah,
Wright, board member
Board
Wright.
Member Wright.
I'm sorry. The floor is yours, Ms. Wright.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And to Board Member Bergen, that's a great question, and I certainly agree. I have 2 questions. First, what was communicated to families regarding the supports that individual students are receiving?
In K through 12, I think, well, let's talk specifically at the high school level. I know there is constant communication with the types of supports. I know Principal Sanchez sends out weekly communications to parents, and we send constant reminders of all the opportunities that we have, both during the school day and after school. We have constant communication about that. I know the middle school principals do that as well. They talk about the opportunities in school. They remind parents, and at the elementary level, it's not as explicit.
We have parent-teacher conferences at elementary level, and they've already had 2 rounds of them. So there has been a lot of individual conversations with parents and teachers.
And
Okay.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
No, go right ahead, Dr. Taylor. I can wait.
No, I was going to just piggyback on Ms. Bodner's point around the parent-teacher conferences. One thing that we've seen with all of our conferences, whether they be the subject matter conferences for parents, that we have had an explosion of folks able to participate because of these virtual options. There are a lot more people because they might have multiple students at home or have a work conflict, but they can now participate because of the virtual option that we've been able to give folks. I just wanted to add that piece. Ms. Wright, please continue.
Okay, my next question is, can you tell us about the effectiveness of the support services?
Well, I would say that we're in the middle of it, right? We're in the middle of the school year, right? The effectiveness would be reflected on how we're managing the student data and managing, how we see, like, for example, Dr. Friedman spoke about the STAR information system that we've done previous presentations on, showing student growth. So I don't think we'd be able to give you documented evidence of what the impact of our investments have been for this school year. I know that we did share some of the stuff that happened this summer, and I think that Ms. Bahudin also shared the impact of some of the tutoring that was happening during lunchtime in some of the math courses as well.
Thank you. Board Member Whitletter.
Are we well positioned from a staffing perspective to meet the intervention and additional resource needs of the students is my first question. And then the second was actually in regards to Star Renaissance, because I know it was mentioned that some of the data that came through on this was compared to other data that we have from other programs such as Star. So from particularly as we look at the 6th and 7th grade math, I don't know what Board Member Van Lamani called it the slump. It's not funny, but is that Star Renaissance, that caveat that we're talking about where kids were tested at a higher level than they were prepared for, is that the same for Star Renaissance? And do we see that similar pattern amongst middle school students in math with regard to the Star Renaissance results?
Well, I can tell you that I remember my 7th grade slump for sure. And I think it's a real thing that deals with the, socio-emotional piece of any normal middle schooler, much less one during COVID. But I want to go back to your first question before we go to Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner around the staffing, right? Staffing needs. So one thing that the previous board did during budget season last year is that you approved additional math support and science, STEM support teachers at the high school and at the middle school. And that was built in to offer additional supports for those students who demonstrated that need. So that was last year over and above what was in place, and those folks were there for that. Dr. Friedman and Ms. Bodner.
And I was gonna add previous board. We added some staffing in terms of STAR data versus the Start Strong data. Let me just say this: that the Start Strong data really didn't surprise any of us, from central office to building administration to supervisors. It was kind of consistent with the deficits that we saw and kind of expected. I will tell you, from a more 30,000 foot view, I've had the opportunity to work in multiple districts over the years, and that, the consistency piece, that Dr. Taylor has mentioned, I often have seen over the years, no matter what district I've been in, a slump in middle school mathematics for whatever reason. Not so much in English language arts, but there always seems to be a dip in 6th, 7th, and the trend starts to go back up in 8th grade. And we're well aware of that. The data has been consistent with that, and we're working hard with the middle school math teachers to work on best practices and pedagogy inside the classroom, to really assure that we kind of support the students, provide the interventions when needed, and to kind of correct that slump. And one of the things that I mentioned previously was we're working on small tweaks like the vertical alignment piece, making sure the content that we're teaching K through 5 is consistent and builds upon one another, but it's also consistent from that bridge year of 5 to 6 and then 6 through 8. And in addition to that, things like common vocabulary, consistent practices from mathematics classrooms in both SOMS and MMS, and across all the elementary levels. So when all the students are converging into the 2 middle schools, they're getting the consistent vocabulary, consistent practices, and consistent skill sets when they're going through our school system. So, just in closing, while we weren't, while we were a little disappointed with the Start Strong results, they were consistent, and we are aware of it, and we're trying to provide as much support and intervention as possible to help all students.
Thank you. I just have one question before I think we wrap this part up. Is the slides on the 7th and 8th grade? They you indicated that it's students in 7th and 8th grade, but they weren't all taking the same exam. So I don't know. I get 2 things. Number one, someone who just pulls a slide up off the internet is going to think that 51% of our 7th graders need more support in math, without any sort of caveat that you mentioned here that some of them might have been taking algebra and some might have been taking 7th grade math. So the question I have is, and I don't need an answer now, but the next time the board sees this information is, how do I know, what that 51% that need more support? If they need more support in geometry, which is like a 9th or 10th grade class, that's less concerning to me than if they need more support in the 7th grade math class. So if you could just break that out for us the next time we see it, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, board member Wright.
I just have one more question. What was can we get the breakdown of data by demographic subgroups?
Yes, you'll be receiving all that tomorrow. You'll be getting it by building and by subgroups.
Yes, and it'll be discussed in the next CNI meeting that's scheduled on March 2nd.
thank you. I don't see any other hands. I think, Board Member Malaspina?
Are we going to make that public, the subgroup data? I mean, I think that that's very important information that should be made public and shouldn't be.
We probably discuss in committee.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it and also look at how to make sure that it's not identifiable either, right? Sometimes the data sets are so small that it becomes, when you go school-based, grade-based, race-based, it starts to be boiled down, able to identify the students who are represented, but we'll definitely take a look at it and discuss it in committee.
Thank you.
All right. Board Member Malaspina, is that a new hand?
Old hand. Oh, I thought I got rid of it. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. All right. I believe that's it. So is there anything else in your report? Or your
No,
update,
sir.
I should say?
No, just want to make sure that all the community members who are still with us received the notice that tomorrow we'll have a delayed opening for school, just to keep everyone safe in their travels. That concludes our presentations.
Thank you. Ms. Butler, before I go on to the presence report, when I was cleaning up the public speak sheet, I realized that one of the students who we called on initially, who wasn't there, was having audio trouble, and I never got a chance to go back to her. Can I do that right now? Just that one student, and then, do the remaining public speaks, at the appropriate time?
Because the board has taken the position that you really want to be able to get students on as early as possible, I don't see a problem with it. Cleanest way would just be do a motion.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to do one public speaks. Can I have a second?
Yes, to allow the student to participate who had the technology problems before.
Sure. All right, I'd like to make a motion to reopen public speaks for a student who was having technology issues before. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that appears to be unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Okay, let me now. I said all of that, and I have to get the name. So bear with me 1 second. Excuse me. It's Claire Strasser. So if we could bring Claire Strasser back up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very sorry about the audio problems, but it has been interesting being at a board meeting. Hi, my name is Claire Strasser, and I attended the SMSD from kindergarten at Marshall in 2009 to today as a senior at Columbia. And during my life as a student here, it has been abundantly clear to me that the strongest thing about our district is our amazing teachers. Great teachers have an impact on students. I still cross my sevens because Mrs. Margin in first grade did. I still think Poca Schmoka every time I hear about the movie Pocahontas because my 5th grade teacher, Mr. Wolf, hated that movie. I love history because Ms. Thomas, my history teacher of 3 years, is so supportive and caring. As a student, I see every day how the teachers want to support their students, how they do support their students. They're putting in their own time for the students or spending their own money on treats and classroom supplies and more. But I also recognize that they are humans with families and lives outside of school who should not have to work for free and who should not be paid less than their work is worth. They should not be expected to use their personal time for the students without pay. And yet they are. In no other career are the workers expected to do such an important, impactful job, particularly one that requires work outside of their contractual hours for so little money. Our amazing teachers deserve to be fairly compensated, and this is not an outrageous request nor an unprecedented one. In neighboring districts with fairly comparable property taxes, the teachers are being paid much, much more money. Other districts are paying their teachers thousands of dollars more, which is why we're losing so many teachers to other districts. Why should we not have competitive rates at our school? If we want to maintain our excellent teaching staff, should we not pay them a real livable wage? A fairly compensated teaching staff will make for a far more dedicated and fulfilling learning environment for students. They want to be fairly compensated so that they can afford to put in time for their students. I don't know any students who disagree. We see every day how this would be beneficial to the entire community. And it's time for the board and the community at large to see this too. Next year, I will be attending Boston College, majoring in human development because I want to work with kids. For most of my life, I wanted to be a teacher. But seeing as our teachers have been treated as a tenure during my tenure as a student, I no longer do. Think about how the treatment of our teachers is affecting the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you. And good luck with the Eagles. All right. We'll now move on to the President's Report. Good evening, everybody. First, I just want to wish a happy birthday to Board Member Bergen, who will be celebrating later this month. Also, on this evening's agenda, there is a resolution for a calendar revision to the 21-22 school year to close all district schools and offices on Friday, June 17th in honor of the Juneteenth holiday. Thank you, Dr. Taylor and the team, for providing an opportunity and amended calendar for us to observe this holiday. And lastly, and most importantly, I'd like to provide the community an update on our negotiations. Many of you have inquired as to the status of our ongoing negotiations with the South Orange Maplewood Education Association, known as SOMEA. As previously reported at our December 2021 meeting, SOMEA proposed a 3-year contract with salary increases of 6.14% in year 1, 3.3% in year 2, and 3.3% in year 3. As we also shared at that meeting in December, we reached an impasse in negotiations and subsequently moved to mediation. Since our December update, the district and SOMEA has had 3 separate mediation hearings. Our first mediation, held on January 6th, the board offered and submitted a written proposal with a salary increase at our maximum level of 12% over a 3-year span. This offer also included modest requests for concessions that would bring SOMEA's contract more in line with statewide norms, while overall maintaining better than average terms and conditions. On February 8th, in response to the board's offer in January, SOMEA agreed to less than 25% of the board's proposals with respect to the contract, while maintaining their salary demands of 6.14% in year 1, 3.3% in year 2, and 3.3% in year 3. For comparison's sake, the average raise for Essex County Public Schools districts is 3.17% for the 21-22 school year. On February 15th, the board again offered a written counter proposal to SOMEA, making clear its salary offers of 4.5% in year 1, 4.25% in year 2, and 3.25% in year 3, which averages out to 4% a year. The board's 12% salary offer increase to SOMEA with a 4.5% increase in that first year would be among the largest salary increases for any New Jersey teachers union in the last 10 years. In response to the board's offer, SOMEA reiterated its previous salary demands and subsequently withdrew one of their offers with respect to the board's proposals. The board, having not received any good faith negotiation from SOMEA, notified their mediator it did not believe that continued mediation would be worthwhile and asked that a fact finder be assigned. The next step in this process will be that a fact finder, who will hear evidence on the remaining issues and recommend a resolution based upon that evidence. As the burden of proof rests with both parties, it will be up to SOMEA to convince a fact finder that the board's offer, which is the highest in the state, is unreasonable and that their salary demands with no concessions should be met. As fact finding will not conclude for potentially 12 months or longer, the board remains willing to engage in good faith negotiation with SOMEA should they wish to return to the bargaining table and do the same. We will continue to keep the South Orange Maplewood School District community updated on our negotiations, and for the sake of our teachers, staff, and most importantly, our students, we hope that SOMEA will act in good faith and reconsider acceptance of the board's reasonable offer. That concludes the President's Report. We are now, Student Representative Prevalon gave the Student Representative report earlier, so now we're at the committee report portion of the meeting. I will go, as we like to do, in alphabetical order by committee. So we will start with Board Member Siders for CNI, and then move to Board Member Vadamani for Finance, and then Board Member Winkfield for Personnel. Over to you, Board Member Siders.
Good evening. CNI met on Tuesday, February 1st, and all board members were present for that meeting. Ms. Badine was unable to attend the meeting that evening, but Dr. Taylor did provide an update on special services. Ms. Bedine is working on job vacancies. I believe we have some vacancies within the nursing staff. And what was in our board packet this past weekend was the analysis that she completed on the intervention and referral services process. And one thing, Dr. Friedman and Ms. Botner, I think at our next CNI meeting, I'd like to really take a look at that data. I thought what Ms. Bedine had uncovered was really interesting and something worth us discussing. We had Mr. Sanchez attended from Columbia High School, and he spoke about midterms and finals. And he, we had kind of a robust discussion about the midterms and finals in terms of, seeing the advantages of having the experience with this kind of high stakes testing for college prep. But also in our conversations, we talked about how some colleges are doing away with midterms and finals and just trying to come up with a good solution for how we want to approach this going forward. We discussed how the midterms are being weighed at a 5% and finals will be at a 10%. I know some board members did have some concerns about that, but what we kind of decided was, since we're kind of in the thick of things in terms of doing midterms, we couldn't really pivot at that time, but that it would be a good solution to go forward with what the plans were for Columbia High School and really take a deep dive into the results afterwards. We also had Mr. and Ms. Bahudin attend our call to give an overview and history of the STEM program. He also delved a little bit into the risk ratio information that he provided at the January board meeting. Some of the things he discussed was what's being done with this data, how it allows for communication and collaboration, looking at data differently. He talked about the summer support and the lunchtime help programs, where the summer support, the math support work was redesigned to be less punitive and more accessible and actionable for our students, how teachers recreated the summer work because it had been time since some of those assignments had been updated. Also over the summers that the teachers held open office hours throughout the summer that students were able to access. A conversation we had was around, similar to what board member Susan Bergen brought up earlier, is around how we're using summer and after school, conference periods and lunchtime to kind of provide the support, and how difficult that can be for our students to access. One thing board member Wingfield brought up was, our students are experiencing the same outcomes over and over again. And that's something that we really need to delve into and look at different things that we should be doing. And as board member Wingfield says, this is an adult problem, not a kid problem. Let's see. Another conversation we had around use of data was how do we use this data in terms of having real conversations with teachers about the outcomes that their students are experiencing. Let's see. Sorry. Got a lot of notes here. Another thing that Ms. Bahudin brought up was that compiling this data takes a lot of time. So, we're in budget season. Is this a time when we can look at some other software that makes this data more accessible? And also, board member Malaspina brought up that it would be great if all of our supervisors and all of our different subject areas at Columbia High School can provide this level of detail. And so I think there's a definite need for us to look at some software to make this easier. It shouldn't take hours to be able to pull this information. Some approvals for this month, we have PlayPosit, which is a software that's being proposed in terms of, we have different schools and different buildings using different types of software. And so what's being proposed is that the district use PlayPosit and, no longer use things like Edpuzzle, Nearpod, and Canvas Studio, and replace that with one consistent software. We are also looking to approve the Hey Tutor contract. And this is the vendor that would be providing tutoring services to our students. I believe the options will be one-on-one in person, one-on-one virtual, group in person, group virtual. The other approval we have is the Atlas renewal. This is our software that's used to display our curriculum on our website. I believe we need to approve the last 6 months of this school year for that contract. Let's see, we have up for first read policy 9130, public complaints and grievances. We also have the 8330 student records. We have 2480 alternate education programs, and up for second read is 2421 career and technical education. I think that was everything. So questions?
Board Member Messina.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have 2 questions. One, are we going to discuss in greater detail the report we got from Ms. Budine about INRS services at some point? I don't know, like it was put in our Friday packet. Is that coming up for CNI, or how we?
Yep, I just mentioned that I'd like to talk about that at our next CNI meeting.
Okay, I must have missed that because I do want to talk about that also. But I didn't think so now. The other thing is I have to I have to say that I agree we do need to have more information readily available, especially some of the higher level stuff that we saw the other night. But I feel like we don't need another software to make that happen. We have software. Performance Matters will do all of the things that they are asking it. We are asking it to do, and we're paying for that already. It just needs to be done correctly. So I'm going to push back a little on the idea that we need to fire software. I think we just need to use the software that we already have better to make that happen, because there are stuff that we have available for that.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. Just, based on what Mr. Budine was saying, was that he had a bunch of different papers, and it was very time consuming for him to provide that data. And I think if we want to see that data from other subject areas, we need to make it easier.
I agree. I think that, it's just using the software we have.
Yeah.
Better.
Thank you. Any other questions for Board Member Satters? All right, Board Member Telford. Board Member Valimani.
Thank you, Board President. So we had our FFT committee meeting on Wednesday, Feb 16th. It was attended by, in addition to me, there was Vice President Whitleder, Board President Joshua, and Board Member Wright, and the administration was represented by Dr. Taylor, Mr. Burnside, Ms. Guerico, Mr. Bonds, and Mr. Giglio. And we had, as with all FFT meetings, it was very fruitful as well as very lively. We always have very lively meetings. So we started off with a presentation by a consultant from the AHERA consultants on the internal air quality test performed at Marshall. And he reiterated that the air quality was within all the parameters and showed no signs of elevated mold or spores. And then after that was a big chunky piece by Mr. Burnside, who gave a presentation about the budget. So he talked about some very large numbers, approximates, he talked about the process on how they come up with the budget, and some big numbers to kind of think about is that the total budget is looking at about 167 million. And he walked down each large chunky line item, including debt payments and the couple of highlights that maybe people find interesting is that we definitely want to use 1.4 million to fix the baseball field and also put in a softball field there, so keeping track of the Title IX. Again, I won't go through everything in here because the minutes will be released to the public. And also we plan to extend the part-time music teacher contracts for 21, 22, 23. We discussed about the boilers in the administrative building, and it was very pleasantly surprised to find that we can get it for a much cheaper rate compared to what it was. We've got a construction update on the said Boyden gym, and they put up scaffolding, and there's a plan to kind of get that working, and which seems like in a safe and a coordinated manner. We also talked about the tech lease purchases to replace the existing card systems used by the faculty, and also to see if we can maybe in future, again, this is looking forward, expand it to others other than just faculty. We spoke about the policy 8330, which again, I guess board member Siders kind of referred from CNI, where we talked about document retention and what policy should we have in there. We did get a letter about the preschool class size in the Montrose school, and since as we all know that it's a much older school, the classroom sizes are not exactly up to some of the code that is were described by the commissioners at the state level. So we are working with them to see if we can get a variance for that. So it's still again very far away. It's nothing to worry about right now. It's being taken care of by the administration. And we'll obviously keep everyone up to date. And then I think finally, and then when it came to new business, we approved the appropriations for the software pieces Ms. Sider, board member Sider spoke about, Atlas, Renewal, HeyTutor, and PlayPosit. That's pretty much it from FFT.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Valamani? Board Member Wright.
Yeah, and in terms of some of the software, I too was concerned about repeating what we already have, and we have to be fiscally responsible in what we're doing, and we're getting so many of these things, and we're training people on so many of these things that we got to think about kids as well. So I'm concerned about that. So that wasn't a complete everybody agree.
Thank you for that, Board Member Wright. I think what we heard was that PlayPosit is actually one software that's going to replace 3 others. So this is consolidation, if you will. And also this is something that we discussed last August as we were developing our district goals. One of the things we talked about was the idea of having a tech audit that Mr. Bonds did. And the idea was that there were too many apps being used in schools. And one example that Mr. Bonds liked to use, you could have, one student could go to could have 6 different classes, but only have 2 different programs. Another student could have 6 different classes and have 6 different programs, depending on what the teacher used. And just the sheer amount of additional software as passwords to remember, it slows down the device, and it just makes it's a unequal educational experience. And so one of the things this recommended was trying to find ways to slim down. It's an educational plus, and it's also cost saving. So that's what PlayPosit is being presented to us as. Board Member Malaspina.
I think I have many concerns with that statement that you said, but one being that we never discussed this with teachers. They were never involved in the process. They were never involved in the discussion as to what they wanted. There is software out there that is competitive, that is almost equal to it, like Edpuzzle, that a lot of them are using, that we saw that they were using. PlayPosit is a program that has some benefits, but there are other things that are just as readily available that teachers are already using that they might want instead. I really think that instead of spending $33,000, we should be really asking the teachers what they want and what they want to use. But we can discuss that more when it comes time for that. for the discussion around this. I don't want to get into it now, but I do have concerns about this money.
I mean,
Can I
asked
jump
those
in for a
questions
second?
was over the weekend.
Sorry, can I jump in for a question? Just a quick thing.
Let me go to Board Member Bergen because she has her hand up, and then I'll come back to you, Board Member Bell.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Board Member Bergen.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to respond to Board Member Malasmina's comment that we didn't speak with teachers about this, because it's my understanding that as board members, we aren't supposed to directly consult teachers about their wishes in regards to the resolutions that we're voting on.
I was
So
not.
we never just ask teachers directly as board members, you know,
I think
what
she meant
software
the
they want us to
district didn't
approve.
consult with teachers. I think that's what
I mean, I don't know if we know that happened. I'm not sure how we
It
know if
was
that happened.
asked. It was Board Member Bergen. It was asked of the administration before the first time it was brought to us through CNI if they could be included in the discussion, and it was not done. I was not suggesting, like you were trying to say, that I said that we should be talking specifically to teachers. What I was saying is that it was asked of the administration to do so, and that didn't occur.
Thank you for that. That's good.
And my only kind of feedback to this whole discussion is that from an FFT point of view, we actually have no view whether the software is a good piece of software or a bad piece of software. We trust our colleagues and board members on CNI to discuss that in detail and come back to us with suggestions. And we only look at whether we can fund it or we cannot fund it. So in this particular context, I defer to board member Siders and rest of the CNI committee saying that yes, we want to fund it. And then we look at that and we said, oh yeah, we can fund it, we'll fund it. So in this one, small little world of FFT, I mean, all those other questions that you bring up don't matter. That's.
Any other questions for Board Member Balamani? All right, Board Member Wakefield.
All right. The Personnel Committee met last week, Thursday, February 17th, for a little more than an hour. Board members Siders, Joshua, and Whitletter were present, along with Dr. Taylor and Ms. Robinson from the district. We reviewed and discussed the personnel approvals to be voted on this evening. We spent some time discussing updates around the hiring process for the Assistant Superintendent for Access and Equity. The district has narrowed down its vetting to a handful of candidates who are in the process of engaging in final rounds of interviews. I will be observing the district interviewing finalists tomorrow, and I'm hopeful that a final candidate recommendation will be presented to the board soon. We also discussed different recruitment possibilities to engage a wider pool of candidates for the Safety and Security Director vacancy, and look forward to hearing about the district's process on hiring for this position in the coming months. Up for second read and board consideration this evening are 7 policies, 6 addressing the renewal and evaluation of staff, and 1 addressing the use of controlled substances by commercial drivers. Finally, we discussed the district's use of exit interviews as a strategy to understand any possible patterns surfacing in district staff choosing to leave their positions, with the ultimate goal of strengthening climate and culture in service of increasing staff retention.
Thank you. Any questions for Board Member Wakefield? Okay, seeing none, we'll close discussion on our committee reports and now move on to the action portion of the meeting. Based on the superintendent's recommendation, I'd like to move the following: 4256 through 4269. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now in discussion for resolutions 4256 through 4269. Board Member Wakefield.
Can I make a request to sever 4262?
Okay. Any others?
Yes, I have a few. 4259. NRT and M. Did you get those? Do you want me to redo it or you got it?
I got it.
Okay, and then I also have 4267 A and B.
Anything else?
I think that's it for me.
All right, so Ms. Butler, do I need to rescind my previous motion, or can we just do discussions here and then separate votes?
Cleanest is to rescind. So I
All right.
recommend you rescind.
All right, I'd like to rescind my motion to move 4256 through 4269. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitletter. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. All right, I'd like to move for discussion 4256 through 4269 with the following exceptions. 4259 line items M as in Mary, N as in Nancy, R as in Robert, and T as in Todd. Resolution 4262 and 4267 letters A and B. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitletter. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now in discussion for the above mentioned items 4256 through 4269 with the exceptions I just mentioned. Any questions on those?
I do. I have a few.
Board Member Bergen, and then I'll come to you, Board Member Malasmina.
I couldn't find my thing.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to Resolution 4269, which is a resolution in support of New Jersey Assembly Bill A1588, which would permit the use of preferred names on student diplomas. This is a bill that is sponsored by our Assemblywoman Mila Jacey and is consistent with our transgender policy that we passed last year that permits students to request that a diploma be conferred in their preferred name without documenting a legal name change or gender change.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. Board Member Malasmina.
Yes, I have a number of concerns. I'll start with 4259, which is play posted. I think we've already sort of gone through
Board
those.
Member Malasmina, I'm sorry to cut you off. We're not discussing those right now. We're discussing
everything else.
Oh,
everything
sorry.
else.
Oh, sorry. So
Thank you.
sorry about that. No, I think we should just bring attention to I think there's two resolutions we should bring attention to, which are the students' record ones, because we have, I know it was discussed in the open session meeting, CNI meeting we had last month. And so I wanted to bring attention to the fact that we have added some language in there about transgendered rights, and that allowing people to be the records to be in the names that students want and need, which I think is very important, and something that we should bring attention to. And I also wanted to bring attention to the fact that this was another area that we had discussed in our public meeting, which was about the career and technical, and we did put a line in that policy to talk about the fact that the district would annually communicate the options of availability to county VOTEC to parents, because I know that that had been a topic that many parents were concerned about, and we have sort of addressed that. So I thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on these policies? I mean, sorry, these resolutions? All right, close the discussion. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on items 4259 through 426? I'm sorry, 4256 through 4269, with the exceptions of 4259 M, N, R, and T, 4262, and 4267 A and B.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
and Board Member Wright.
Board Member
Yes.
Wright?
Sorry,
We got you. No problem. We got you. Thank you.
I was
Motion passes.
frozen.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to move item 4259, letters M as in Mary, N as in Nancy, R as in Robert, T as in Todd. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitlander. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous, Mr. Burnside. We're now in discussion for those resolutions only, 4259M and R and T.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Board Member Malaspina.
okay. I think board member the 4259N, which is the play post-it, I think we discussed it previously. I still have my concerns about it. The Newsella one. This never went through C&I committee, and even in the documents that I saw this afternoon, it just said that we are excited to give it to the district, but it never explained what exactly this is. So can somebody explain to me what this Newsella resolution agreement thing is?
Dr. Friedman, would like to take that one?
Yep, thank you. This is a research opportunity with Newsella. There are some Newsella approached us about working with us on a research project on how to, they're researching how to best implement Newsella in classrooms in different content areas. And so they asked us specifically to be part of this. And we thought it was a good opportunity after meeting with them several times. So we brought the MOU forward to allow us to be part of this research project.
Has it been vetted to make sure that it is not giving data or anything like that? Selling any data to them that is...
Yeah, we're not doing any of that. They're asking us to implement, play, pause it, and then discuss how the implementation went in
Wait.
different content areas.
So you're telling me that Newsella is asking you to implement play, pause it?
No.
You just said...
No, I said they're asking us to implement Newsella in different content areas and discuss how it went.
Okay, that was confusing because you said the other one, so I was confused. You
Oh,
got them all
I apologize if I did. Yeah.
It's
It's
okay.
late. It's late. I'm trying to do my best to move things along.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted to be clear. I guess my other question is with 4259T, the corrective action plan. Did that go through finance committee? And I don't know if I've seen the corrective action plan. Can somebody explain to me what that's about?
Yes, that did go through committee actually at the last FFT meeting. This is prior to my arrival. This is back a couple of years ago. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but there was a desk review done during COVID by the state, and they did find some purchasing discrepancies, if you will. It was minor paperwork.
Okay, so we're correcting it.
That's right.
Zoom.
And this is based on food services. A food service. It's called SO -FC. Is that correct, Mr. Burnside?
Correct. It is food services. Yes, management. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my other thank you for that, because I didn't really see anything about that. And then my other one is the calendars for this year. I agree.
Remember, Malaspina, sorry, we haven't moved those for discussion yet. We just moved the finance ones.
Okay, sorry. Didn't realize that.
No problem. And again, before we close, is there any discussion on these resolutions 4259 MNR&T? Okay, I'll close discussion here, and also just want to take this opportunity before we call the roll to point out that many of these resolutions were available Friday. And in lieu of a Monday meeting, obviously with the holiday, we're meeting Thursday, so there's been plenty of opportunity for all of us to get questions answered by administration instead of dropping them on them right now at 11 o'clock at night. So with that, Mr. Barsai, can you please call the roll in reverse order for line items 4259 M, N, R, and T?
Board Member Wright,
No.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
No.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'll now move 4262 and 4267 A and B for discussion. May I have a second?
Aye.
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Malaspina, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Now we're discussing. That's a unanimous, Mr. Burnside. Thank you. We're now in discussion for line items 4262 and 4267 A and B. Board Member Malaspina.
Okay, so 4267 A and B is the calendar. I want to thank everybody for the work on the calendar. I'm wondering if there is any chance that we can look at, and I'm not saying we want to like redo the calendar or anything like that, but what I'm saying is there a way that we can be a little more inclusive in our calendar? Our district is one that is very diverse and inclusive in nature. I would love to see us at least acknowledge some of the other holidays that are out there that are inclusive in nature and included into our calendar in some way, shape, or form, like Eid, like Chinese New Year, all of Holi. We have lots of different diverse groups here, and so I'd like to see them at least acknowledged and maybe possibly do homework free nights or something like that into it.
So we do the homework. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Go. Sorry.
So we do we do send out directives and updates to teachers and families around the homework free nights for the holidays that are recognized by different religious groups, but it's just not enough space in the middle of that calendar to be able to recognize holidays and every holiday inclusively where we're still a school district day. We did have that conversation, including the Lunar New Year that we do recognize on our website. This is just such a functional calendar. It's already super busy with all the acronyms and the asterisks and the different early dismissal days and those type of things, which is really cognizant of just making it big enough, of course, but we definitely understand and had that conversation as well. And we do, the CNI team specifically sends out those updates, reminding teachers and admin around the no homework policy that is associated with religious celebrations.
Thank you. Board Member Wingfield.
I guess first I just want to make sure that 4262 is still severed and not being lumped in with the 4267 A and B.
No, the votes will be separate.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not gonna lift up my concerns because I don't think it's appropriate in a public setting. But I do just want to sort of reiterate what I shared in exec is sort of being my concerns around 4262.
Thank you. Any other questions on 4262 or 4267 A and B? Board Member Vadlamani.
For the school calendar, is there can we get it out a little earlier in the
Yeah.
cycle? Because I believe normally happens much earlier, but for whatever reason, I'm sure you have a reason. It's a little late this year.
So yes, we actually get our calendars out pretty early in comparison to some of our neighboring districts, and we do it because we of course want folks to be able to plan their lives. I'm always very cognizant of having multiple calendars floating in the space for families and that confusion that it can cause. And because of what happened with Ida this year, and also because it's the first year that Juneteenth is federally recognized, we wanted to make sure that we released all of our calendar updates simultaneously. And with the winter weather being so unpredictable, we wanted to wait until this board meeting so that there's more than likely not going to be any other adjustments made. Fingers crossed, knocking on wood, more than likely that this will be the final calendar for all of our families for this school year. But we definitely acknowledge that. And Carlin in my office does just a fabulous job. She connects with all the other stakeholder groups, President's Council, Somaya, ASCA, to just get feedback and to make sure that we're keeping everyone's input as a part of this. So thank you for that feedback. And it is always our goal to try and get it out as early as possible.
Cool.
Now we're doing two. This is the first time we've done two years at once, right? So this is exciting for us.
Thank you, Board Member Malaspina.
All right, one more quick question that I forgot on the calendar. I know this year and in the past, in the last few years, we've ended up with problems like we missed Hanukkah, being with, with I think it was Hanukkah and teacher meetings this year. And in the past, we've also run into, have we thoroughly checked this to make sure that we have no conflicts that are going to bring us back here again, because almost every year we end up with something.
Well, it's the nature of calendars, but that's why we include so many people in helping us, right? We include many folks and we take their feedback very seriously. What is unique about this year's calendar, probably the next several, is the construction element, that we have the unpredictable nature of construction. So there could be adjustments that need to be made for situations that are outside of our control. But we put this forward and we did the best that we could do with the information we had and the folks who contributed to it. We're very confident in it.
Thank you. Any more discussion on 4262 and 4267A and B?
One final comment on the calendars. I mean, I somehow missed it, but thank you for releasing the next year's calendar too. I mean, I see that. That's fantastic.
Yep. Okay. Closing discussion on those two items. Mr. Burnside, can you please call the roll on item 4, resolution 4262?
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
No.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright. Motion passes.
Thank you. Can you please call the roll for resolution 4267A and B?
Board Member Wright,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Bergen.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I'd now like to read in hand carried resolution 4270 into the record. Whoops, I muted myself trying to grab the screen. So sorry about that. Resolution 4270, and I lost it for a second. Here we go. Okay, the 4270, affirm HIB appeal number 223122_SME_10072021. Whereas on February 23rd, 2022, an HIB appeal hearing was held by a committee of the board involving a harassment, intimidation, bullying matter, HIB report 223122_SME_10072021. Whereas at the hearing, the board heard from the anti-bullying specialist, the principal, and the parents who filed the appeal on behalf of their child. And whereas the committee carefully considered the relevant information, and whereas the committee has made a recommendation to the full board during the executive portion of its February 24th, 2022 board meeting, and the board has carefully considered the matter and the recommendation of the committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board hereby affirms the determination that the incident did constitute HIB within the meaning of the New Jersey statute and the board's policy on harassment, intimidation, bullying as to student 302-469-4577. And be it further resolved that the administration takes appropriate supportive, restorative, remedial, or punitive action. And be it further resolved that the board secretary is further directed to notify all individuals affected by this decision of the board's determination. May I have a second to move that motion into for discussion for resolution 4270 for discussion?
Second.
And thank you, board member Siders. All in favor? That's unanimous. Mr. Burnside, any questions on resolution 4270? All right, seeing none, I'll close discussion. Mr. Burnside, please call the roll for resolution 4270.
Board Member Bergen,
Yes.
Board President Joshua,
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Siders,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Jeez, I gotta get this together.
Thank you. Excuse me. All right, we are now at our second public speaks. We'll resume reading from our written reports. I didn't see any other, excuse me. I don't see any additional virtual speaking submissions. So we'll now resume with our written reports. We will keep the time. Well, let me just read the whole statement. Pardon me. We're now at the time for hearings and individuals and delegates. Those public speaks. This is an opportunity for you to share concerns about an item on the agenda, but not a time for dialogue with the board. The board requests that you state your name and the town of your residence for the record. We will set the time to 2 minutes for each speaker. And we ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it does not appear as if we were giving anyone an advantage to share their views over another individual. Speakers have the full protection of free speech during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. And finally, the board recommends that all members of our community pursue the chain of command. Okay, excuse me. Let me pull this up here. All right, and the timer. Alrighty. Okay, here we go. Our next public speaks is from our first, I guess, of this second session is from Jennifer Carlson of Maplewood. While I support the district's efforts to lessen COVID restrictions, such as outdoor mask mandates, the lessening of these restrictions does not go far enough. Our surrounding districts, including Milburn, Livingston, Our Lady of Sorrow School, and dozens of others have chosen to go mask optional and allow families and educators the choice on whether or not to wear a mask. It's time to end the practice of forcing our kids, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, to bear the brunt of protecting the unvaccinated, while life returns to normal everywhere else in our towns. The numbers are down, and the time is now to allow our kids a return to normalcy. As a school counselor in a nearby high school, I see kids every day who are disconnected from school and their peers. More kids than ever who sit on their lunch and do not have a single friend. Social emotional health is physical health. We need to look closely at the real cost of masking kids and teens for long periods of time. And that was from Jennifer Carlson of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Holly Bushell of South Orange. I am a resident of South Orange and would like to know when the track will reopen to the public. That is from Holly Bushell.
The next public speaks is from Kimberly Rosen of South Orange. I'm a resident of the district and a member of our local nonprofit running club, Soma Fox Running Club, that has been waiting months to resume track access on Wednesdays from 6 to 7 a.m. The track is a pivotal resource here in Soma for free outdoor exercise. We understand that the security upgrade should be substantively complete after nearly a year, so when will the track reopen in the early hours so that we can use this space? And that was Kimberly Rosen.
The next public speaks is from Aiden McGovern, and it is literally the exact same comment that was just read, so we will pass on that and move on.
I think we have a few of those. The next public speaks is from Michael Kirkwood, and it is also a question about when the track will reopen, which was announced earlier tonight.
Yes, and same for the next public speaks from Alyssa Janke of Maplewood, same inquiry.
That also our next public speaks is from Alan Fowler, and it is another pretty identical comment about the track.
Another question about the track from Gina Zimmerman for the local running group.
Stephanie Shaw from Maplewood, same question.
Dana Hall from South Orange, same question.
Vidya Pons from Maplewood, same question.
Sarah Shikalaki from South Orange, same question.
Jennifer Thomas of South Orange, another question about the track reopening.
Okay, Diederik de Savoren, the name is cut off here.
De Savoren
Loman. I am writing to inquire about public use of the track at Underhill Field. Prior to the murder of Musa Fofana, I used the track regularly to run, and I had sorely missed the opportunity to use it over the past 9 months. I fully understood and supported the school district's decision to temporarily close the track in the aftermath of Musa's murder to assess what steps needed to be taken to ensure that such an awful crime would never again happen on these premises. However, nearly 9 months have passed now, ample time to perform a security assessment and implement the necessary safety measures. And although we heard the track would reopen in early 2022, I understand the track remains closed and have seen no recent communication on why the reopening has not yet happened. For as long as I've been in Maplewood, the track has been an important community resource for me and hundreds of other Soma residents. I hope it will be fully restored as such in the near future and that it will be open again at 6 a.m. as prior to Musa's murder, that early morning hours when I and many other people used to come to the track for pre-work school exercise. Underhill provides a safe place for early morning exercise, especially during the dark winter months when exercise out in the street is treacherous. Thank you for your attention, and I hope for a swift resolution of the situation. That is from Diederik de Savoren Loman.
Next public speaks is from John Von Broschel of Maplewood, and it's also asking when Underhill Field would be open for public use.
Our next public speaks is Alyssa Nicoletti of Maplewood and is another member of the Soma Fox Running Club asking about the reopening of Underhill track.
The next public speak is from Andrew Masterleo of Maplewood, another question about the track being open.
Lauren Hildebrand of South Orange, also a member of the Soma Fox Running Club with the same inquiry.
Not only is this the same inquiry, it's the same person, Anthony Nicoletti, asking about the track.
The next is from Anya Hoffman of Maplewood, asking about the track being open in the early mornings.
Same from Joseph Cummins of Maplewood.
Next one is from Mary Babcock of Maplewood. Please provide an update on when the track will reopen.
The next is from Izzy Gladstone of Maplewood, asking about the track for use in the morning.
The next is from Chris Schomburg of Maplewood, also asking about the track use in the morning.
Our next public speaks is from Andy Babcock. When should we reopen the track? And why is the bridge in Memorial Park not fixed? And that's not the board's responsibility. He didn't say that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The next public speaks is from Jason Lynch of Maplewood, asking about the track reopening again.
Next public speaks is from Ann Sims of South Orange. I wish to thank SOMSD administration in making its thoughtful and reasoned decision to continue with masking in our schools. We have a chance to make sure we do the best by those that are the most vulnerable in our schools, and that was what happened with this decision. When I heard about the continuance of the mask mandate, I was frankly overjoyed. I didn't realize how concerned I was about this issue until it could possibly be altered in a concerning way. Thank you again, and know that you have the support of the majority of parents. This is from Ann Sims.
Our next public speaks is from Maya Ziobro of South Orange. I have 3 students in the district. With regard to their individual experiences of the forced masking of children that you wish to continue indefinitely here, against NJDOH guidance. My 5th grader is afraid to remove his mask in public, not because of COVID, but because he has spent 2 years now isolated and hiding his face and is embarrassed by how it looks. He's not alone. His anxiety is through the roof, but the school social workers are overwhelmed with requests. My 2nd grader used to ask me every night when the mask would go away. He wanted to burn them all on a bonfire. He was so excited to get vaccinated, thinking it might mean a return to normal. It did mean this for the adults in his life and for his cousins living outside of Soma, but not for him. He has stopped asking about masks now. He only tells me he trusts nothing anymore. My 3-year-old is spending her most formative years never seeing smiles and expressions in school and having difficulty communicating through her mask. She still got COVID, a very mild illness for her. She must still mask and quarantine indefinitely because no vaccine is available for her, and natural immunity counts for nothing, apparently. I always think about how different her life would be if she lived elsewhere. The WHO does not recommend masks for children under 6 for good reason. Are you prepared to take responsibility for the damage to mental health, to early childhood development, and to trust, all caused by our unusually excessive and often pointless restrictions in this district? Is this thoughtful? Is this safe? And that was from Maya Zobro of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Heather Kushner of Maplewood. Again and again, this district seems to have policies that show power rather than feed the needs of their students and families. I ask that you take a look at what our community wants and act accordingly. When the majority of parents are not in agreement with the decisions of the administration, it is time for that administration to enact change. How many district professionals eat indoors at restaurants or see family members unmasked? How many of you have gone out to a social event since being vaccinated? I ask, why is that okay for you but not for a 5-year-old who has seen their entire school career thus far, their most formative years, from behind a mask? Our children are safe, they are physically healthy, our community has done everything it can to protect its people and take care of its neighbors. It's time for the administration to get on board with that type of care. Our children are ready to move on. They need to move on. Science says it's time to move on. That was from Heather Kushner.
Rebecca Shear from Maplewood. Dear Dr. Taylor and BOE, I am the parent of a 5th grader and 1st grader at Tuscan, and both of my children are really struggling with the fact that their classes are isolated from the other classes in their grade, another during recess. They have many friends in other classes that they do not get to see at all during the day because of this. It's really affecting their mental health. My 5th grader has friends that he was close with that he has lost all contact with basis since March of 3rd grade. This is not okay. Since 2nd grade up until the school shut in March of 2020, my 5th grader and his friends at Tuscan played soccer and football during recess. They organized teams on their own, negotiated and worked out their own disagreements on the field, played referee. It was by far and away his favorite part of his day. He absolutely lived for recess. When I asked him how his day was, he responded every day by telling me what had happened during the soccer game at recess. Now he is kept isolated from other classes during recess, and even with the return to in-person school this year, so much of his motivation and excitement about being at school has not returned. The same holds true for so many of his friends. In fact, a group of the 5th graders at Tuscan organized a petition completely on their own, asking the principal to combine classes at recess because, in their words, this will give students more chances to meet new people, make new friends, and catch up with old friends. I also want to comment on the plexiglass dividers in the cafeteria. If they are necessary to keep COVID from spreading and to keep COVID rates low, then why do we not see them in anywhere else in Maplewood? I know that the school district and the township are run separately. However, the coronavirus, as we know, is oblivious to these jurisdictional boundaries, and a spread in COVID in our public indoor spaces will impact the rates in schools. If the plexiglass is to remain in place at our schools' cafeterias, then I ask that the district coordinate with the township committee to ensure that plexiglass also be put in place between individual dining spaces at all restaurants in town. Don't make the children bear the brunt of this pandemic any longer at the expense of the larger community. Thanks so much. Becky Shear, mom to Jeffrey 5th and John 1st at Tuscan.
Are we back to me?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I think the next one is Daniel Smith of Maplewood, and you gave it to me. Is that right?
No, I have Christina Americana of Maplewood. Did I miss something? Yeah.
You go ahead. I
Okay.
might.
All right, now wait, hold on. I lost my place. Bear with me 1 second. Anthony, because this one's a long one, so like I couldn't see the name.
Exactly.
Daniel Smith. Yeah, that's yours. So the next, I have Christina Americana, and so this public speaks is from Christina Americana of Maplewood. When we received the update from the district the other day, I found myself rejoicing when I read the news of the outdoor mask mandate being lifted. And then I thought about it some more. Why was I cheering for this modicum of progress when throughout the country, outdoor mask mandates have been lifted for months, if they were ever reenacted at all? And then I cheered at the news of the removal of plexiglass dividers in the classroom. Wow, how wonderful. And then I thought to myself, why am I cheering for this modicum of progress when our children will set up plexiglass dividers set up between them at lunchtime? I know why I'm cheering. We have been so conditioned to take whatever crumb of progress that is thrown at us that we have lost all sight of reality. The real kicker came in the final paragraphs of the email, however. We will only move to a mask optional phase if and when we feel there is a safe learning environment for our students and staff. Feel? When we feel it's okay? When will that highly subjective, completely unscientific state of feeling be? When collectively the powers that be have a good feeling in their stomachs? This is extremely troubling language, to say the least. What about recommendations and expertise from actual infectious disease experts? It is not the job of all the parents of this district to cater to the anxieties of what I believe to be a minority of families who don't feel that our children should be A, masked at all times with plexiglass dividers up to boot, or B, should have the option of virtual school. No, we don't meet in the middle. We follow science. We follow the reality that, as Governor Murphy and countless other leaders have stated, we learned to live with COVID. We will never get to zero. Never. We cannot keep moving the needle arbitrarily, saying that we will make mask options when this happens. We will reinstate normal activity when this happens. Stop being paralyzed by this. Finally, it has been noted that our children don't seem distressed. That is actually laughable. I guess we have different definitions of what the word distress means. So if our kid isn't coming home every day frustrated and crying, as so many kids are, they aren't distressed. And what that means when they're struggling in their school environment. Whoops. All right, that's 2 misses up, but I'll finish reading this last sentence. That is insanity. And I encourage all of you to remember that you don't have to be distressed to be depressed. All right, there's more and it will be posted on the website, but that was from Christina Americaner of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Daniel Smith of Maplewood. Will the SOMSD actually focus on reality and stop trying to live exactly to their ideological thoughts without any room for flexibility? Leaders need to make decisions that are based on facts and science and not look to appease the lowest denominator all the time. We as a school district are light years behind others and spend too much time focusing on the wrong things, akin to San Francisco, and not what is best for our children. Can you please answer what makes this school district so special and different from others? Hundreds of towns around us are removing mask mandates. Governor Murphy has said that we are in endemic stage and no longer holds his weekly COVID briefings. Yet SOMSD, we continue to make our kids suffer. In your publicized statement, Dr. Taylor, you commented that there was a high rate of vaccination among staff and students. So why not give all those people a choice around masking? Yes, you cannot make everyone happy in a town of thousands, but you can use common sense. Put simply, all that provide proof of vaccination can then have the right to choose if they wear a mask indoor or outdoor. Mask wearing should be optional from today. Thank you. That was Daniel Smith.
Julie Deschen of South Orange. Can the district please advise as to what the parameters are for keeping the indoor mask requirement and what they are looking at as to when to switch to mask optional? The district has stated they will only move to mask optional if and when they feel there will be a safe learning environment. How are parents supposed to trace a safe feeling metric? The NJ guidelines recommended masking when Cali status is red and to consider masking when Cali status is orange, but we are Cali status yellow. Our daily new case numbers are in the single digits, and the district shared extremely high vaccination rates for both staff and students. I'm not demanding an immediate move to mask optional, but rather a rational, information-based explanation, i.e. not thoughts and feelings, for how these decisions are being made and what is the metric for when masks will be optional. Is the district even planning for such? Transparency and clear communication are lacking all around. And that was Julie Deschen.
Our next public speaks is from Adam Jaskowak of South Orange. Why are we still recommending plastic partitions a year after the CDC removed them from their school reopening recommendations, specifically due to their ineffectiveness? Why are parents not allowed inside some schools at lunch because of local health guidelines due to COVID, but allowed in others? Why are children allowed to commingle with other classes at recess at some schools, but not at others because of local health guidelines due to COVID? Why were parents allowed inside to volunteer at lunch and children ate inside without barriers before kids were vaccinated? But now that kids are vaccinated, at a very high number here, they are no longer allowed. Why does the district keep making decisions and instituting policies under the rationale of health guidelines, but yet they are not even applied consistently? Please explain that science. Why is our district insisting on doing things differently than other places, especially when we have very low case numbers and a very highly vaccinated population? Please explain that science. It seems less about the science and more about an ineffective administration at this point. Also, please advise what is going on with the teachers' contracts and why is it taking so long to pay them adequately? Now it's Adam Jaskowak of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Aaron Solomon of Maplewood. Good evening, BOE members. I'm writing to express my disappointment in the letter that we received on February 22nd regarding the mask mandate and other mitigation efforts. While I understand that you are doing your best to keep the surrounding community as safe as possible, now is the time to make masks optional in our schools. At the height of the Omicron surge, the daily case rate was 506 per 100,000. Today it is 17. This means that the risk of any given person having COVID has been reduced by a factor of around 30. We assume masks reduce transmission risk by 10%, which is what was observed in a randomized trial in Bangladesh. Then the risk is about 27 times lower now without masks than at the January peak. This is all to say, if you put it in perspective in terms of changes, a removal of masks at this moment in the pandemic is extremely unlikely to result in the highest infection risk any child has experienced at school, even in the past month or two. Should case rates increase with another surge or a new variant, then it may make sense to return to required masking. Let's make these decisions based on actual data around risk instead of letting unfounded fear and feelings dictate the decisions made in the district. Thank you. That was from Aaron Solomon.
Next public speaks is from Izzy Gladstone of Maplewood. When will plexiglass be removed from the lunchrooms? My children both say they can't talk to their classmates at lunch and have to either shout over the glass or go around it. Both, I would say, are not advisable practices. Lunchtime should be fun for children and is one small opportunity they have during the day to have fun with their classmates. I feel we are doing more harm than good with plexiglass. Also, at what point will masks be removed? My children are badly impacted emotionally from masks. One is very shy and has lost more confidence as she is not heard and can't hear. Again, I feel like masks are doing more harm than good at this stage. And that's from Izzy Gladstone.
Our next public speaks is from Michael Gates of Maplewood. My two boys currently attend Tuscan Elementary, 1st and 5th graders. Currently, they are still having lunch separated by plexiglass. The kids currently cannot mix with other kids at the other classes at the time of recess, and sadly, our kids won't have the ability to have their parents attend their own school show more than a single day based on arbitrary rules created by the Tuscan leadership. And the frustrating aspect of these rules is that they have not been based on science, so there hasn't been any indication they have been based on the current science and guidance provided by healthcare officials. We need to start examining science and create an environment that can truly help our kids grow and foster both the educational and social development skills that students are supposed to gain during school. This has gotten to the point where my 5th grader developed a petition that he is having all 5th graders at Tuscan sign, which would permit 2 or more classes to intermingle during recess, just so he can play with his friends again. And that was from Michael Gates of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Marissa Russell of Maplewood. I'm writing to express my extreme disappointment regarding the district's abysmal failure to intelligently handle the return to normalcy for our children. Our children have borne the brunt of this administration's failures since the beginning of the pandemic, and the hypocrisy of this administration knows no bounds. For example, how many of you eat lunch with a plexiglass barrier separating you and your friends or colleagues? From the board members I've seen at local restaurants, the answer is 0. In fact, the SOMSD Facebook group posted a photo of their faculty and staff enjoying a pizza day. Though they were indoors, they were apparently not subject to the same rules as our vaccinated children. No plexiglass barriers for them. Of course, this is unsurprising, given that SOMSD seems to be truly incapable of enforcing any rule or policy in a uniform manner. Some schools have plexiglass, others don't. Some schools allow kids to mingle with kids from other classes, others don't. Some schools have the playgrounds open, others don't. Your recent letter indicated that recess outdoor activity would now be mask optional. This should have already been the case, and patting yourself on the back for something that should have been done months ago reeks of condescension and is insulting to any rational human. You also noted in your letter that COVID cases are way down and vaccination rates are very high. Now is the time to give our kids a break from mask wearing. Children are the least vulnerable group when it comes to COVID, and yet they are subject to the most stringent restrictions. I fear that this phasing nonsense is simply a tactic to run out the clock until the end of the year so you can once again kick this down the road. Goalpost shifting seems to be the theme of your administration, and it has become clear that you only exist to serve a very small group of people in this community. Truth be told, you should be ashamed of yourselves. The data supports this transition, and you seem to rely on everything but actual data when making your decisions. From the perspective of a parent of a student in this district, this is a list of factors that govern your decisions. 1, a small but vocal minority of people who wish for the most restrictive policies, including a virtual school option. 2, a health department that has deemed that a vaccinated adult may eat inside a restaurant, shoulder to shoulder with the entirety of the town, but a vaccinated child may not eat lunch in the cafeteria without a plexiglass barrier. 3, the teachers union.
Time is up for that.
Time
one.
is up. Okay.
Yeah. Well, keep finished reading. Well, it'll be up online, but we got to move on.
That was Marissa Russell.
Next public speaks is from Kathleen Mitchell from Maplewood. Good evening. As a parent of 2 children at Clinton School, where construction as part of the long-range facility plan is ongoing, I am writing to ask that the administration provide a general update on the construction to the school community. I'm aware of the weekly construction updates on the SOMSD website, but I'm hoping for something less granular, such as whether the construction is on schedule and when we can expect the various phases to be complete. The last general update I was able to find on the SOMSD website was from a year ago. Additionally, in light of the challenges around ventilation in our schools with respect to COVID, I would be interested to know exactly what type of ventilation upgrades are built into the LRFP and when we can expect those ventilation improvements to be completed in our school buildings. Thank you, Kathleen Mitchell.
Our next public speaks is from Susan Parker of Maplewood. One question only. Do you believe in a vaccine? We probably have one of the highest vaccination rates across all age groups nationally, and paradoxically, without the biggest restrictions. How does that even make sense? The amount of research and data that shows that schools aren't high transmission spots is overwhelming. Plexiglass and masks are about making grown-ups feel safe. Since when as a society do we place the burden of safety on our children? We lead, they follow. We show courage so they can be kids. Yes, these are difficult decisions. This is why you are in a leadership position, to lead. The final point, once again, we are putting the most vulnerable and most disadvantaged at harm. As of yesterday, close to 211 districts and 570,000 students are optional, with 5 Catholic dioceses, which including, I believe, OLS and SRL, about 50% of the state has declared optional. You know who hasn't? The 5 districts that have poor minority areas. Us, SOMA. The entitlement here is stunning. Laptop class, bougie. Since when as a community do we not look out and take care of our most vulnerable? Those kids who are falling behind are the ones whose families don't have the resources for a tutor or a speech therapist or a social worker. Is that really who we are? I've had 8 years of disappointment in this district. Enough that I took one kid out of the district and I'm considering doing the same for the other. For once, be child-centric. Put the kids first. As the adage goes, you either pay today or you pay later. Guaranteed paying later is going to be a whole lot more expensive. And that's from Susan Parker of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Paula McFerrin of Maplewood. I have one question for Dr. Taylor and all the BOE members. Who is going to advocate for all the children? Who is going to stand for them and realize that all your hygiene theater makes no sense? It does not make sense. It also makes you all look incompetent. I am talking specifically about plexiglass barriers. New York City never adopted these barriers because it has been proven that they don't do anything to mitigate spread. Do you all do your research before you come up with all your nonsensical rules? This is the time when we need to let the children be children. They have had enough. The flu can kill them more than COVID. Do we have petitions for the flu season? No. Why would we have them when the vaccination rates are high? Towns all around us are moving forward for the children. Is Dr. Taylor or any of the BOE members using plexiglass barriers during their lunchtime? Are they wearing masks for 6 hours straight? The psychological toll of this hygiene theatrics are taking on our kids' mental health is something that you should all think about. Sadly, I think is beyond the comprehension of this administration, because if you think plastic partitions are saving us, we are doomed. Also, please explain your random dates for the new masking policies. The community deserves an explanation for choosing Monday 28 to remove masks outdoors. Do you realize that all these kids have not been wearing masks outdoors for months now? Do you realize it is 2022 and we are not in lockdown mode anymore? Why is this district always so behind with current data? The new mask mandate cannot be a feeling. It needs to be backed up by proven data. Show us why Monday, Feb 28th is the day masks come off outdoors. Show us why March 7 plexiglass dividers come off classrooms. Where are you pulling these random dates from? Where is the data backing this up? We understand that there are families that are scared to move forward. It is understandable, but make it optional. Why do we all have to pay the price? Why do children need to pay the price? Enough is enough. Remove the plexiglass partitions immediately. Ask the community how everyone feels about them. And then I don't know how to read all capitals, but no one wants them and they don't work. That is from Paola McFerrin. I'm doing my best to give a dramatic reading here.
All right.
The next public speaks is from Brendan Brown of South Orange. If it was safe enough for Governor Murphy to dine at a crowded restaurant in Maplewood last weekend, why isn't it safe enough to remove masks in school? Daily cases counts are in the low single digits in Soma. How low must they go to change our policy? And that was from Brendan Brown.
Our next public speaks is from Barry Dunphy of Maplewood. As a member of this community for the last 4 years and having 2 children under the age of 5, I feel compelled to write something on the COVID protocols in our town. I'm a mother of 2 girls. One is in the public pre-K program and has an IEP because of her speech delays and sensory issues. To see her child wear a mask through speech therapy and OT for her very first year of school is heartbreaking. While it is understandable at the beginning of this pandemic, it is unacceptable and simply idiotic to continue these mandatory mask policies, which is a blatant disregard for the science in addition to our numbers being so low. Why is it that the BOE caters to the scared and worried members of our town only? Shouldn't parents have a say, and especially parents whose children have services in the district? Is there a reason we must always be the outlier and wrap our children in bubble wrap? I ask you how hundreds of districts throughout New Jersey are able to move to an optional mask policy, yet here we are again, not moving with the times. It is time for this district to move forward and live with the pandemic. Life must go on, and we must put our children first and return to some normalcy. When I hear scared adults saying, oh, the kids are resilient, they don't mind, they're used to it, I become completely enraged. We have zero clue about how this is going to impact our children, and there are no long-term studies on forever mask wearing. I can tell you that my speech-delayed daughter is not thriving, and she should, as much as she should, because she doesn't see facial expressions at school ever. I have seen such dysfunction and so many complaints on social media about how badly this district is run, how the schools are in disrepair, and how we have gone through many superintendents, which is always a terrible sign, and feel hopeless. As a parent of young children, a large part of this community, we fear we need to move, and it is completely due to the incompetencies of the leaders of the BOE. This is a community of highly educated working parents. Dr. Taylor, do you really think you're smarter than us? The parents should have a say in this decision, and it's time to stop hiding behind your "I cannot comment on this topic" lines. You got your raise, now start working for the kids. There is more here, but the 2 minutes are up, and that was from Barry Dunphy of Maplewood.
The next one is from Brian Dunphy of Maplewood. Maplewood and South Orange are progressive towns, and I am proud to call them so. I define progressive as moving forward in society by understanding where we are as people and where we aim to be in the future. Maplewood South Orange residents want to move forward. We want better. We want to do it better. From 2020, we have made incredible progress from virtual to hybrid to back to in-person learning, but the BOE has decided to become regressive and have taken a conservative path towards a return to normalcy. Why the BOE has decided it knows better than the doctors, experts is beyond my comprehension. Just because you have a PhD doesn't mean you're a doctor. The studies have shown that schools are not super spreader events. The risks to children are minimal, and we have 89% of our above 5-year-olds vaccinated. The way the BOE is acting is no different than those who refused to wear masks in 2020 because originally it was stated masks won't be necessary. Once more information, knowledge, and the science caught up to the situation, all caps, we changed, we moved forward, we progressed. To be this stubborn and short-sighted makes the board no different than those who we all have probably mocked over the past year for refusing to change from the original situation. Information changes, knowledge grows, science learns more today than it did yesterday. That is true progress and something the BOE is sorely missing. That is Brian Dunphy.
The next public speaks is from Kim Garode from South Orange. I am writing to express my disappointment in the letter that we received on February 22nd regarding the mask mandate and other mitigation efforts. While I understand that you are doing your best to keep the surrounding community as safe as possible, now is the time to make masks optional in our schools. At the height of the Omicron surge, the daily case rate was 506 per 100,000. Today, it is 17. This means that the risk of any given person having COVID has been reduced by a factor of around 30. If we assume masks reduce transmission risk by 10%, which is what was observed in the randomized trial in Bangladesh, then the risk is about 27 times lower now without masks than at the January peak. And this was from Kim Garode of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from.
I got it.
Oh, yes, you? Okay.
Yep. The next public speaks is Jessica Latucci of Maplewood. I'm a resident of the district and the executive director of our local nonprofit. Okay, so this is another one about the Summer Fox Running Club, asking when the security and the track will be reopened.
Okay, the next public speaks is from Lori Gates of Maplewood. I am the parent of a 5th grader and a 1st grader at Tuscan Elementary School. I am submitting this comment to express my disappointment regarding the recess rules at Tuscan and the use of plexiglass dividers at lunch, and the district's most recent communication regarding the mask mandate. As the district is aware, students at Tuscan are only permitted to play with students in their class at recess and have no opportunities during the school day to socialize with kids in other classes. My 5th grader and his friends are so distraught because of these restrictions that they started a petition on their own to allow 2 or more classes to play together at recess. Before the pandemic, my 5th grade son absolutely loved recess and the freedom to play with all of the kids in his grade. Sadly, my first grader does not know that recess should be a time to meet and play with kids in other classes. By not allowing classes to play together at recess, our kids are being denied the opportunity to make new friends outside of their class and connect with existing friends in other classes. These opportunities for social and emotional development that our young children are being denied are for inexplicable reasons. With regards to the plexiglass dividers in the cafeteria, surely the district must be aware that the CDC stopped recommending the use of plexiglass barriers last year. We have heard repeatedly from my kids that because of these unnecessary plexiglass dividers, they often sit in silence during lunch because it is too difficult to hear what other students are saying. Lunch is supposed to be a time for kids to laugh, talk, and connect with each other. Our children's social and emotional development is being harmed by these restrictions at recess and our district's insistence on using these plexiglass dividers. Finally, could the district please articulate when masks will be optional in school? What are the benchmarks that need to be reached regarding vaccination rates, transmission rates, and positive case numbers in order for the district to allow masks to be optional in schools? That was Lori Gates.
The next public speaks is from Amy Donahue in Maplewood. Dear BOE members, my husband and I have been residents of Maplewood for 18 years and we have 4 children attending district schools. I am writing about the lack of consistent policies around recess and lunch at the elementary schools. My youngest is in 3rd grade at one of the district schools. All year long, her access to the actual playground has been severely limited. Each class gets 1 day on the playground to avoid the commingling of classes. The other days, they rotate to various stations. It all seems very structured and doesn't seem to give the children a chance to run around and get energy out, so they can settle in for a good afternoon of learning. My daughter's class day on the playground is Tuesday. She came home this week and said now the playground is just as boring as the other recess days because she was told running games are no longer allowed on the playground. It is my understanding that her school is one of 2 in the district that limits access to the playground and normal recess in general, while the other elementary schools do not seem to have these restrictions. Children at those schools are allowed to run around and play with friends who may be in other classes. Lunch for my 3rd grader is at her desk. If she is buying lunch, she walks to the cafeteria to get her food and back to her desk. The children sit at their desks and watch a video. Again, a very structured environment. I understand the other elementary schools have lunch in the cafeteria, which allows them to see other children outside of their class. There should be a consistent policy among all the elementary schools. It is unfair to the children who can enjoy a normal recess or lunch like their counterparts at the other K-5 schools. These young children were socially stunted because a good portion of the last school year was virtual. They had to try to make friends with their classmates through the screens. Now they find their opportunities to grow socially restricted. Thank you for taking the time to read my note, and I hope changes can be made for all the children to thrive in our schools. Amy Donahue.
Our next public speaks is from Lindsay Lance of South Orange. I am deeply frustrated and saddened by your recent decision to not lift the mask mandate in our schools. The email was not substantiated with any data, or more importantly, without an end goal or measurement of when you will feel it is the right time to allow our children to go maskless. I think we can all agree this is not sustainable forever. The parents of this district deserve, at the very least, a goal indicating the criteria that needs to be met. I am frustrated that, again, this district is the outlier compared with most of the districts in neighboring towns. So now, not only are our kids further behind due to many more months of virtual learning last year compared to others, now our kids will also continue to suffer from mental and social deficits compared to others. To top it off, our teachers' morale is at an all-time low due to a lack of contract, and if anyone thinks that morale doesn't impact our kids in schools, you are fooling yourself. The state of this district is disappointing. And that was Lindsay Lance of South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Rachel Yontiff of South Orange. My name is Rachel Yontiff, and I am currently a freshman at Columbia High School. Although I have not been at school for a long time, I have quickly seen the effects of underpaid teachers. Within the first few weeks of school, I began to realize how bad the teachers at CHS are treated. Whether it was subtle jokes about pay, clubs losing advisors, or a literal protest outside the school, it was obvious that the teachers at CHS deserve so much more. I would like to specifically talk about the clubs because I know this is an issue that has affected so many students at CHS. Within the first month of school, it was brought to my attention that teachers at CHS are not paid for after-school activities such as clubs or recommendation letters, and I found this absolutely ridiculous. Because of this, many teachers have rightfully so stopped advising clubs, and therefore many clubs have forced to meet in the library, outside, or stop meeting altogether. I know for a fact that schools such as Livingston High pay their teachers for clubs, so there's no reason why CHS shouldn't. There are so many incredible teachers and advisors at CHS, and it is so unfair that their work goes unpaid. This is not only unfair to the teachers, but it is unfair to us as students. As students, we deserve to be able to hold club meetings with advisors who in most cases contribute so much to the meetings. And it is so unfair that so many clubs have been forced to stop meeting because our district refuses to pay teachers for advising clubs. Our teachers do so much for our school, and it is ridiculous that so much of their hard work goes unpaid. That was Rachel Yontif.
The next is from Jared Williams from South Orange. Hello, I'm a parent of 2 young boys in the school district. My oldest is in 2nd grade at SMS, and my youngest is in pre-K at Montrose. I'm very much in favor of providing students and families the option of wearing or not wearing a mask in school. As it relates to my children, I am deeply concerned about the long-term effects and unintended consequences of prolonged mask wearing. My youngest son is 4 and has struggled with speech and ADHD. He has been masked for the entirety of his school experience. I do wonder if the mask wearing has delayed his development. The ability to read lips and interpret facial expressions are an integral part of communication. This has been hidden from him. I believe that all the social distancing, the restrictions on extracurricular activities, and the lack of social opportunities with his peers has stunted his socialization. He always wears his mask around others. It almost feels like part of his identity. My 2nd grader has struggled with reading. We were fortunate to be able to afford to hire a tutor, which has helped him catch up to his peers. I do believe that part of his reading delays are the result of virtual school, as well as COVID restrictions, which don't facilitate learning. While we were able to supplement his education, many families cannot. I believe that the longer it takes to return to normalcy, the greater the inequity for the students. As a family, we feel discontented from the teachers, the other students, and their families. Sorry, disconnected. Keeping everyone masked is prolonging a culture of isolation. While we want to keep everyone safe and healthy, we've lost many of the aspects of community that we love. I respect everyone's right to make choices related to their health and safety. That said, I believe we should take a risk-based approach to this issue and not limit our students' opportunities based on the fears of the most risk-averse amongst us. I understand that there are many stakeholders with diverse opinions on this issue. What would I like to know is, 1, has the BOE or is there a plan to survey the stakeholders to develop an understanding of public opinion on this issue? 2, does the BOE have a sense for what our neighboring communities, Milburn, Livingston, and West Orange, plan to do around the mask mandate? 3, I understand that
That's 2 minutes.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was Jared Williams.
Okay, maybe we could start timing each other because it's hard to do that for yourself when you're reading.
Oh, okay, I can start.
No problem.
If
Okay.
Thank you.
yeah, unless you put a timer on, but then that's distracting.
Okay, I think it's back to me now. All right, our next public speaks is from, oops, now I've got to cancel. Our next public speaks is Robert Tarasso of Maplewood. Let's ask a logical person, what are the side effects for students to wear masks? First, this logical person will look at scientific studies. Researchers Sean Cialdini, Jennifer Boscheman, Alison Javopi, and Viren Dasa at Brown University find that face masks impede children's development. In their study, they find that wearing masks is associated with a 23% drop in scores measuring children's intelligence, a similar drop with regards to measuring children's ability to communicate both verbally and through subtle facial cues. Wearing masks interferes with the natural learning experiences and communication skills of their young children. Psychiatrist Manfred Spitzer at the University of Ulm, Germany, notes that in educational settings, there's a lot of implicit feedback back and forth between teacher and child, which is destroyed by masks. So the logical person would have to answer, wearing masks has a profoundly negative impact on children from the educational and mental standpoint. To conclude, a logical person would say, no more masks for children indoors or outdoors, ever again. My question is, can you please listen to the logical person? And that was Roberto Tarasso of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Michael Ehrman of Maplewood. I am a parent of 2 children at Tuscan Elementary. I am writing because I hope the district will take steps to end the outdated and ineffective restrictions currently in place during recess at school, restrictions which are not in place at most other schools in the district. Children at Tuscan are currently restricted from playing with kids who are not in their class. It defies logic to me that the standard of what is high-risk activity for kids should be applied unevenly and arbitrarily within the district. What is okay for kids at South Boyden or Marshall should also be okay for kids at Tuscan. I see no demonstrable benefit from this policy. Schools within the district that don't have these restrictions in place have had lower COVID infection rates than Tuscan. Outdoor play has long been understood to be a low-risk activity. The district acknowledged this by allowing mask optional play beginning next week. This would be an ideal time to end this wrong-headed policy. Furthermore, I'm baffled by the district's decision to keep plexiglass dividers in use during lunch. Plexiglass dividers have not been found to be a useful intervention for preventing the spread of COVID-19. The CDC stopped recommending their use in March 2021. Indeed, it has been suggested by some of these barriers could actually worsen infection rates by reducing airflow. I'd also like to encourage the district to reconsider the masking policy district-wide. Gradual decision-making is not necessarily thoughtful decision-making. Our teachers and staff have had the opportunity to be vaccinated for nearly a year. Our students have had the opportunity to be fully vaccinated for at least 10 weeks. Infection rates in Essex County are down 97% from their peak, and there were only 5 reported COVID cases in the district last week. In this environment, it is time to loosen restrictions and to be clear and transparent about what metrics we're using to make these decisions. The district has not been transparent about this. If the district will not reconsider the policy, would it at the very least hope it would consider loosening restrictions on kids with special needs? Our youngest is in speech therapy provided by the district, and yet he's not permitted to remove his mask during speech therapy sessions.
Time.
Thank you. That was Michael Urban of Maplewood.
Marianne Sender of South Orange. This letter was written jointly by multiple members of the SOMA community and as of tonight has been signed by 200 community members. This letter with a list of the names of each signer will be mailed individually to you as well as to the members of the South Orange and Maplewood governing committees. Dr. Taylor and members of the board, as members of the SOMA community, we are deeply concerned about the anti-Semitic rhetoric surrounding the allegations against veteran second grade teacher Tamar Herman. We call on the district to publicly address the multiple anti-Semitic social media posts made in connection with the alleged incident. For example, a New York Times article had suggested that the alleged incident was a simple misunderstanding due to the child not wearing her usual hijab. Responding to the Times suggestion, a widely shared social media post by Miss Herman, principal accuser, focused exclusively on Miss Herman's Jewish faith and her experience teaching at a Jewish school. The post also alluded to plans to publicize the fact that Miss Herman is Jewish, implying that this fact was both relevant and important. The actual wording of the post, which is disturbing, is attached to the hard copy of this letter that is being mailed to you. The clear anti-Semitism in the post was recognized by others in the media stream. A copy of such reply is also included in the hard copy attachment. Why was it not recognized and addressed by the district? Let us be clear, Miss Herman's religion is utterly irrelevant to the incident in her classroom that led to her suspension. The implication that Miss Herman's Jewish faith could have any connection to how she would view or treat her students is anti-Semitism of the first order. The social media storm over the alleged incident required Miss Herman to seek police protection for her physical safety. This fear exacerbates the anxiety Miss Herman is experiencing over separation from her classroom for the better part of the school year. Especially given that Miss Herman is the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, we can only imagine how traumatic these events, with a clearly anti-Semitic theme that the district has ignored, have been for her. The unaddressed anti-Semitism unleashed by this incident is also disturbing to the Jewish community. Indeed, it raises questions about whether the SOMA district is willing to stand up against anti-Semitism to keep our community a safe place for Jews. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that was Marion Sender from South Orange.
Our next public speaks is from Theo Hartley of South Orange. I'm in second grade, and it is hard to hear the teacher because of the masks. I have to go to extra reading because I've never had a normal school year. My teacher has trouble understanding me, and I even had to have a speech test. It makes me feel like I need to go back to kindergarten or first grade, but I don't. It makes me feel weird. Can we please have normal school? And that was Theo Hartley from South Orange.
The next public speaks is from Amran Zia of Maplewood. Many children have contracted COVID and have recovered. That they would have to wear a mask when science has proven how they are now immune for 6 to 9 months seems unreasonable. The mask policy should be optional. Additionally, science has once again proven that glass partitions only decrease airflow. Why is our district acting as if we are in March 2020 rather than March 2022? We have all learned a lot about COVID in 2 years. Let's be objective. That is Amran Zia.
The next public speaks is from Jack Walker. Dr. Taylor, my name is Jack and I'm in 2nd grade. I don't like the dividers in the cafeteria because it's really hard for my friends to hear me when I'm talking about something. And I don't like the dividers also because my lunch tray doesn't fit on the table and also it really smells bad. Sorry. Really smells bad. I don't like wearing masks in the classroom because when I'm talking to my friends in free time, they also can't hear me. When I have a question or an answer, it's really hard because my teachers can't really hear me. And that is from Jack Walker.
Our next public speaks is from Regina Eckert of Maplewood. To say that I am disappointed in the correspondence that went out to district families on February 22nd would be a, whoops, sorry, I just lost it. I'm sorry. Pause the clock.
It's cell number 80. It's line
Got
83.
it. Thank you.
Yeah.
To say that I'm disappointed in the correspondence that went out to district families on February 22nd would be a complete understatement. Quite frankly, I found the communication to be appalling because there's no logic, data, or effort by the administration to show us how decisions are made and why. If we're not receiving surveys about how we feel, like other districts, we are owed the best insight possible into the thought behind the actions, specifically regarding the masking mandate and plexiglass partitions. On the plexiglass partitions, if vaccinated teachers can sit at tables together during their lunch with their masks removed without a barrier, why can't our vaccinated children? Not to be taken out of context, I want to clarify that I am happy that teachers can enjoy their lunch this way. I only ask that our children have the same right. They crave and need the socialization with their friends in as normal a way as possible. On the masking mandate, I'm well aware that there are many in this community that feel differently, and I respect that. If these members want to continue to mask their children, that should be their option. But it should be just that, a choice. You don't have to compromise policies to appease everyone. Rather, we should stick to science, facts, data, and guidance from medical and mental health professionals who all agree that children need an urgent return to normalcy. We continue to lag behind surrounding districts who seem to be light years ahead of where we are, and we need to learn from these towns and adopt those policies to best serve our children. Now is Regina Eckert of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from John Stapleton of Maplewood. Thank you for the recent changes. I'm glad the plexiglass will be removed from the classrooms and that the masks will no longer be required outside. I am also pleased that the district has chosen to continue with indoor masking. This was the best choice given the state of ventilation in the school buildings. It will be safer to make masks optional once all members of our community are eligible for the vaccine and there have been improvements to ventilation. I urge you not to make masks optional until that time. That is from John Stapleton.
Next public speaks is from Sinead Carew of Maplewood. I have two children at Tuscan School whose social and academic development is suffering because of their continued masking and their inability to play freely with their peers at recess or sit without plexiglass barriers at lunch. Can you please explain the specific data points in terms of disease spread, hospitalization rates, or death levels that you're waiting for before you'll let them take off their masks? Also, can you give a single good reason why they cannot play with kids outside their class at recess or play in different spaces at Tuscan instead of their assigned area for that day? What is the benefit of these restrictions to our children? Ongoing construction doesn't seem like a good answer. Also, we're getting rid of masks outdoors, so COVID can't be the issue. One of my children has speech problems, and his progress is most certainly being delayed by the fact that he can't see his peers or his teachers or even his speech therapist's mouth when they make the sounds correctly. It would surely give him a better chance to try to improve his articulation if he could watch how other people do it. There was also a suggestion he may be exacerbating any physical problems related to his issue by talking louder, which is making him hoarse because of the mask. What are you going to do about his situation and that of the many other children with special needs? Also, perhaps the behavior issues we've been hearing about from his class all year could be improved if these tiny children could see each other's faces as they're still learning how to be together and learn together in class. We won't know until we give them the chance. I'm struggling to understand that the same local health department that lets me go to a full restaurant where nobody's masked gave the district instructions to keep children masked even though it's hurting them. Thank goodness Omicron is abating. Let's take this opportunity to do the right thing for our kids for as long as we can before the next variant crops up. And that was Sinead Carew from Maplewood.
Our next
What,
public
Joshua,
speaks.
I believe
Yes.
it's been an hour since we started.
Yeah, but the
We started at
second
11:16.
Thank you. But the second public speaks, there's no time limit. So we'll just, the time limit applies to the 2 minutes. So we'll plow through the rest of these as quick as we can, but we still are going to limit it to 2 minutes because we've got quite a few to go.
The only
Thank you.
ability to do anything in the second public speaks is if the board members, including Board President Joshua, want to vote to limit it to an hour or more in order to, let me get the exact wording.
Yes, please.
Doing so is necessary for the effective conduct of the meeting.
Yes.
I'm inclined to keep going. I think if we were in person and it becomes ruckus, I think that's when that language is probably more apt to come into play.
You give us an idea of how many we have left because it's
Yes, I can do that.
Less than 10. I think it's less than 10.
It's definitely less than 20 because I can't.
Yeah.
I'm scrolling through. It's definitely less than 20. It might be less than 10.
Can I
I'm
also,
on my own.
since we're paused, can I ask Ms. Butler if someone gives their last initial but not their last name, do we still read their comment, or is there something that says people need to identify themselves?
They should
First and last name
provide
for the record.
the entire last name.
Okay, then I'll skip that one. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. Let's see. Okay,
This is a really long one, so I'm going to time it.
Okay, thank you. So I won't. This is from Matthew Guinea of Maplewood. On February 7th, Governor Murphy announced that we have reached a point where we can feel confident that we can take another step towards normalcy for our kids. Because given the continued drop in new cases and hospitalizations, projections indicating a continued decline over coming weeks, and the continued growth of vaccinations for our school-age population, we believe we can responsibly end the universal mask mandate. As of the week ending February 19th, Cali score for Northeast New Jersey region that includes Essex County was low, the lowest rating on the scale. Yesterday, the state of New Jersey observed that circumstances in New Jersey have improved to the point where the relaxation of universal masking rules in K through 12 schools can generally occur. The vast majority of schools in New Jersey have announced that they will end the mask mandate March 7th, but not Maplewood. Why? The professed reasons are twofold, but each is an amorphous and subjective observation devoid of any factual or objective component whatsoever. First, the notion that the district is awaiting for guidance from state health and education officials makes no sense. The Melbourne School District, for example, has not allowed any forthcoming guidance to prevent them from dropping the mask mandate effective March 7th. None of the other 158 towns that will drop the mask mandate have faced the impediment either. Indeed, the state issued additional guidance 2 days ago. What more guidance is forthcoming? When? Will we mask forever until that guidance arrives? Second, the district will remain its masking requirement purportedly because we believe instituting an indoor mask option for our district at this time without ensuring a comprehensive process for monitoring how this decision may impact the larger community is premature and irresponsible. What does that even mean? We've had 2 years to implement yet another process to monitor something in town. The focus here should be on our kids. The larger community members are free to double mask at all times should they so choose, and local officials can implement the policies that they see fit to worry about the large community. But the state determined that relaxation of universal mask rules on K through 12 students could generally occur. And there is plenty more, and that was from Matthew Guinea of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is, oh.
Yeah, we're skipping the next one. Go ahead.
The next public speaks is from Benjamin Mosier of Maplewood. Before the pandemic, lunch was a time to interact with other kids while eating your lunch. Now with the dividers, it's hard to talk and communicate with your friends, so many kids just go on their devices instead. This is causing kids to have more device time when we already use our computers so much during the day, and we interact less with our friends and other kids. So I urge the school district to consider removing the dividers in the lunchroom. And this is from Ben Mosier, 6th grade, Psalms.
Our next public speaks is from Josh McFerrin from Maplewood. My second grade at Clinton Elementary told me that it's impossible to hear or talk to anyone at lunch except the person directly next to you. She was sad that she couldn't talk to her friends. They tried sending messages in the style of telephone. Asked Maya what she brought for lunch today, but she said it was too difficult. I'm saddened that our kids are losing out on the social aspect of school. The social skills they develop at school are as important as academics, and they're either being left behind by safety theater, such as plexiglass barriers, which have no positive effect on health and safety and may, in fact, make things worse. Attached is an article in the New York Times titled, "Those Anti-COVID Plastic Barriers Probably Don't Help and May Make Things Worse." And that's Josh McFerrin of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Leslie Enright of Maplewood. My seventh grader used to absolutely love school. Since the start of the pandemic, the ensuing mask mandate and plexiglass lunches, my child has become socially anxious, uncomfortable in school, and is in tears every Sunday night when it's time for Monday to roll around. She does not know what her teachers look like. She cannot interact with friends during the only free time they have. She suffocates during PE and chorus with the masks and is all around miserable. This is not the child I know. The mental health damage this prolonged mandate has caused is unconscionable and is putting the mental health of these students at very serious risk. She is asking why her school district is practically the only one that is continuing what she calls torture. I ask the same question. This is not why we moved to this town. Please listen to your students and follow science. That was Leslie Enright.
The next public speaks is from Greg Puglia of Maplewood. Dear BOE members, I would like to express my dissatisfaction with Superintendent Taylor's email on Tuesday, February 23rd, primarily for its lack of grounding in the science of how COVID is transmitted and for his dismissive tone of his response to the questions raised by many fellow parents. Just as it was an important societal imperative to promote and endorse masking in the early days of the pandemic, it has now become imperative that we create a sense of normalcy for our children. We must make up for all of the disruption caused by this pandemic over the past 2 years. We must give our children the opportunity for meaningful interaction with their peers for the purpose of the well-documented benefits of social emotional development and mental health. I fully acknowledge there may be times when indoor masking becomes necessary due to the rise in cases. However, other mitigation strategies like plastic barriers, rotating lunch and recess play restrictions, and restriction on the use of playground equipment are not supported by science or common sense and should be abandoned immediately. These restrictions, which are not supported by any science, are detrimental to children's development and well-being. It is alarming to see the district supports these measures. Additionally, I wish to take issue with a well-publicized response offered by Superintendent Taylor to these questions raised by a group of concerned parents. To think that anyone would give credence to the idea that remote schooling should or would be provided by the public school system is appalling to say the least, given the negative impact this has had on so many children. I know that some portion of our towns do not agree with these sentiments, so I hope that you all take note of the number of statements sent to you tonight and realize that our community wants to move on, create a sense of normalcy for our children. And that was from Greg Puglia of Maplewood. Thank you.
Our next public speaks is from Greg Tuttle of Maplewood. Dear Board of Education, I want to thank you for teaching me what acting in good faith is and what it isn't. Since the pandemic began, I have dutifully performed my job in good faith because I believe that is what is in the best interest of our students and the community as a whole, even though I was putting myself and family in possible harm's way. However, your actions have shown me that good faith has only been one-sided, and that side has been from Somaya. We came in and worked out of good faith while your meetings stayed virtual. Your desire to outsource the transportation department, one of many departments whose members have passed away throughout the pandemic, was also acting out of good faith, only to be thanked with anticipation of a pink slip. Your historical outsourcing is union busting. The departments that you outsource are overwhelmingly worked by women of color and immigrants. Your actions have made it very clear that your good faith ends with the administration and their recent raisings. Your union busting and penny pinching agenda is ultimately short-sighted because you're trying to destroy the district from within. And you accept the lowest bid from private vendors. I want you to think, will this company provide the best for my child and my neighbor's child? Does Aramark care about the quality of food your child consumes? Does Aramark care your child has to wait half of their lunch period to order food? Does Aramark care the lunch line is often out the door of the cafeteria? Does the current security company care students and staff were injured when pepper spray was smuggled into the building and unleashed multiple times during an altercation? Will the new transportation company prioritize your child's welfare the same way these companies do? If historical trends mean anything, they probably won't. So once again, you'll be selling your children short. The lack of good faith shown by the Board of Education towards Sommet in settling our contract is disheartening. I come to work every day to watch colleagues and friends leave for districts who instantly pay $10,000 to $15,000 more for a lateral move. For your own dignity and for the future of our district, please learn from your staff and act in good faith to prove to us it's worth staying. That was from Greg Tuttle of Maplewood.
The next public speaks is from Nick Rose of South Orange. It's disappointing to see the school district fail to prioritize a return to normalcy for children, especially when the rest of us can go about our daily lives mostly unhindered. That is from Nick Rose.
The next public speaks is from Christopher Trezaka of Maplewood. Good evening, Dr. Taylor and members of the BOE. I would like to bring to your attention 3 quick questions/concerns this evening and would greatly appreciate a detailed update being provided to the public. 1. I understand that CHS report cards have just been issued today after an extensive delay, though no specific explanation has yet been provided. On a note related to the report card delays, an update as to second quarter grade progress on the heels of the last presentation in first quarter would be most appreciated, particularly in light of the recent policy implementation on floors for failing grades. 2. Given the, some might say, extensive delays versus the original plan/timing on district construction, can a detailed update be provided to the public on where each school stands in terms of timing versus the original plans, as well as a financial update on how the district is doing regarding planned costs versus bonded funding/accruals? Is there a timeline for issuance of the remaining authorized amount and a specific school/schedule attached to this third and final funding piece? 3. On the topic of district finances and in light of the recent announcement on kindergarten registration, when can we expect specific progress details on the intentional integration initiative, not least including the number of children impacted per school transferred in and out and the costs associated with the program, both expense and projected for 2021-22 and 2022-23, in particular for busing? Many thanks for listening and for your consideration. Regards, Christopher Trezaka.
Our next public speaks is from Kristen Ames and is from the Summer Fox Running Club asking about the track.
The last public speaks is from Cindy Price of Maplewood. Would love the plexiglass taken down at lunch at Tuscan.
And that concludes our second public speaks. Sorry, guys. All right. We're now on to time for new business. Any new business this evening, or I guess technically this morning?
Actually, yes. And after 6-7 long hours, I'm sorry, I'll take up a couple of minutes of your time. So I wish to bring up new business item. I need help and input from fellow board members to address a potential deficiency regarding affinity groups, also known as student organizations. We have many student organizations and some of them are exclusionary. A similar case occurred in Massachusetts and was struck down by their Supreme Court, and quoting from the Wall Street Journal, under the settlement, Wellstream Middle School agreed not to exclude, in quotes, students from affinity-based group sessions or other school-sponsored activities on basis of race, gender, and all the other protected categories. So we have a policy on our manual, which is policy 5842, which talks about equal access of student organizations. And there is language that says participation must be available to all students and all the other stuff. So I need help in understanding basically 3 options here, right? That the language in that policy is sufficient, but we need to request the district to propagate this message to all affinity groups. Or number 2, the language in the policy is insufficient, and we need to strengthen it and then request the district to propagate it. Or number 3, we need a brand new policy and then obviously propagate that too. So please reach out to me. I'm going to put this into an email and send this out. I have a link to the Wall Street Journal article too. It is behind a paywall, but it's basically we cannot have exclusionary student organizations. That's
Thanks, Board Member Valimani. Board Member Bergen and then Board Member Malspina.
I just wanted to make sure I understand what you're saying. Tonight, we had one of our student public speakers speak about the Asian American Affinity Group at the high school and the importance of that group, especially for that age group when students are exploring their identity. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't have that affinity group or any affinity groups?
No, that is not what I'm suggesting. What I'm suggesting is that even though you may have an AAPI affinity group, it cannot be restricted to any one category. So you cannot walk up and say that this is only for people with AAPI background and not for other races or other ethnicity. It should be open for all. That's what it says. So for example, if you have MAC, which is the Minority Achievements Club, you cannot say that only minorities can attend it. It is open to all. Of course, I mean, we understand that, no, the focus of the affinity group is towards a particular group. We all understand that. It's fine. I mean, tomorrow I could have a, I don't know, Led Zeppelin lovers group. It's okay to have that, but I cannot restrict it to any particular people. But the focus can remain AAPI. The focus can remain minority achievement, but you cannot restrict other, sex or sexual orientation, race, or any other protected things from joining. You cannot say white people cannot join AAPI, or white students, cannot join AAPI.
I'm just confused how it would serve the function that the student was talking about if it.
Well, I don't know what the student was talking about. I mean, mine is completely different. It's new business. I read about this in Wall Street Journal, where the Massachusetts Supreme Court said that is illegal. It's unlikely we'll get sued. I mean, but it would be nice to have a policy that says exactly the same thing, where if you have an affinity group or a student organization, it cannot be exclusionary. That's it. It's no more complicated than that.
Thank you for that, Board Member Valdemani. Let's go to Board Member Malaspina and then Board Member Wakefield.
I'm also rather confused by this and would love to hear some examples of what you're talking about specifically, which you can do maybe via email or at some other time. But there are groups like Key Club or National Honor Society or many groups that have built-in stuff in them that you have to hit certain grade point averages or do certain things. So I feel like our policy sort of talks about that.
You cannot discriminate on any of the protected groups. It's okay to say GPA, sure. Anyone can achieve the GPA regardless of race. You cannot say height, weight, sex, whatever those protected categories are.
Let me just jump in just for a minute. Board Member Valdemani is talking about affinity groups.
Okay.
So
maybe I'm
like the things that you just talked about wouldn't necessarily qualify, but I take the point. So let me go.
I also think the affinity groups, like, I mean, I really, is this just in, I mean, maybe Ms. Butler can discuss this a little more, if this law is just in Massachusetts or it's in New Jersey too, because I feel like
that's how I wanted to end the conversation, but I wanted to get everyone's comments.
Sorry, because I'm trying to figure out.
No, yeah, I want to get all those comments in, but just to, spoiler alert, Ms. Butler, I'm going to ask you if we could, what the New Jersey statutes require vis-a-vis Massachusetts. So, Member Wakefield,
I will provide an analysis.
Thank you.
That would be perfect. Thank you.
Board Member Wakefield and then Telford.
So I don't want to speak to the legality of this because I understand the language that's in the policy, but I would also urge you to do just a little bit of research and maybe even talk to some other folks about this, because I think that the spirit certainly behind affinity groups is to create safe spaces for, in this case, if we're talking about, people of color, to be able to engage in spaces that are homogenous in nature, to be able to have a safe space to be able to share common experiences. So for instance, about what it's like to be an Asian American student at Columbia, to be able to have spaces like that, to be able to share common experiences. For many of our students of color, interracial spaces don't always feel like safe spaces, and having those intra-racial spaces, I think for a lot of our young people, as well as for a lot of our adults, are really, really important tools of support to be able to create more inclusive spaces. And unfortunately, when we open those spaces up for anyone to join, it damages the sanctity of the spirit behind an affinity space. So I guess I would just ask you to maybe just do a little bit more research on the purpose behind affinity, because they're not meant to exclude others as much as they are to create safe, sacred spaces for groups.
I'm happy to look at that. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not, there's no mandate here. It's just I'm exploring it.
I think, go ahead, board member Telsford.
I'm just going to say that I was a student at Rutgers University, and they had a similar policy to what you're mentioning is happening at Massachusetts. You do have affinity groups that have a specific focus, but it is open to the entire student body. So anyone can join, but the thing is you can't basically, I guess, hijack what the focus of that group is. So if the group is focused on AAPI, for example, then that's the focus. You can't say, well, I want to open it up and make it broader. That's not what the focus of the group is. It's just that for anyone that wants to join, anyone can join. So for instance, if you had a group that is focused on LGBTQ rights, then straight people can join too, but the focus of the group is on LGBTQ rights. So I think that is something I've seen before, at least in New Jersey. So I suspect it's something that's already in our law, but if we need to just say that in our policy more specifically, I don't really see a problem with that.
And also there is a policy, just to clarify, I mean, there is 5824, 5842, 5824. I'll send it out. And there is language in there. So I need help from all of you, I mean, whoever can saying that, is it sufficient? Because I know for a fact that exclusionary stuff happens. That's where I'm coming from. So then we need to maybe focus more on the messaging as opposed to the policy. There are two parts to it.
Board member Siders.
All right. So board member Balamani, can you just give an example? I'm trying to understand where this is coming from. And you know, yeah. Can you give an example?
No, I mean, it started with the article. I sent the article sometime back to the entire board.
Let's let Dr. Taylor jump in.
Yeah, could I advise against that? Because it could end up being a litigious type of conversation. So it would probably be more appropriate for executive session after the solicitor does a little bit of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, because that's where I was going.
Fair enough.
Thanks. I'll just close this particular discussion by saying I think the affinity groups often are a place to feel included when they feel excluded everywhere else. So I'll leave that there. Is there any other new business this evening?
I'd like to bring up the idea of us looking into the fencing. Sorry, I'd like us to look into the idea of looking into the fencing alliance being allowed to use our facilities. I know that they're having issues with trying to get a facility, and you know, congrats to the girls fencing team who just won the silver medal. And you know, we have a huge history of fencing in our district, and I know that it looks like they're going to be removed from their space. So I am wondering if that is something that we can look into as a possibility of providing space for them.
I'm sure they can follow the representative protocols and we can see what we can do. So getting at the group.
Yeah, I mean, if they reach out to us through the VA's office, we would be happy to have a conversation with them.
They were housed in the cafeteria before, so.
Yeah, I know that. So I mean, in the article I just read in the Village Green, they said that they are, you know, would like to come back into the district. So maybe since they are sort of a club, I mean, a sport here, we can maybe initiate a conversation or help them in whatever way possible to discuss that. I don't know how that exactly works. If we have to, you know, reach out to them or tell them to reach out to us.
Quick question about this. Do we allow for-profit organizations to be coming in and using our facilities?
That's Taylor.
So I would say that our building facilities usage agreement document is the way that we filter that for anyone who would like to use any of our facilities. And so that would probably be the way that we would guide, but I just need to learn more about it. And usually when folks want to use our space, they reach out to us through the business office or the AD, Mr. Mullen, and they help us to vet what's available. And we are able to share, what the protocols are. And of course, a lot of the disinfecting and things like that that had to be a part of COVID. So we're happy to talk with anybody who reaches out to us.
Well, I guess our community liaison committee can work on that because I know that it seems like the mayor of South Maplewood has been trying to look for a place. So maybe in your next meeting, you can talk to them about that.
Thank you. Any other new business this evening? All right, seeing none, I'm gonna close new business and like to make the following motions. Computer is crashing, which is time. I'll do this off the top of my head. Board of Education will be meeting in public session Monday, February 28th at 7 p.m. In the district's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using the online video conference platform. After the special meeting, the board will adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel, legal, and negotiation matters and others to be decided at a later date. The Board of Education will meet Wednesday, February 16th at 6:30 p.m. for our budget
March
hearing.
16th.
March 6th, I'm sorry, Wednesday, March 16th. For a budget hearing at 6:30 p.m. using an online video conference platform. Action may be taken, and the Board of Education will meet in public session Monday, March 21st, 2022 at 6 p.m. at the superintendent's office in executive session at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as just the online video conference platform. And after executive session, the board will meet in public session Monday, March 21st at 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, as well as using an online video conference platform. Action will be taken. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Whitlander. All in favor? All right, thank you all very much. Stay safe out there, and I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting at Friday, February 25th, 12:46 a.m. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Siders. All in favor? All right, stay safe, everyone. Have a wonderful.
Bye, everyone. Good night.
Stay safe.
Do your